Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Issei was the son of Great-red and Ophis. Part 7. Since the dawn of time, Ophis and Great-red have been at odds with one another. But, what happens when through an inexplicable twist of fate, a new being was born through their conflict? Follow Issei, the third dragon god, on his journey as the world will not be same again. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. Showing how happy he is to see her. Good morning, Akeno, he greeted her. Good morning, Issei-kun, she greeted back before giving a wonderful kiss which he obviously enjoyed. His father couldn't but whistle at the two lovers as he couldn't help but tease them, which seemed to work based on the blushes on their face. You would make Tiamat a little jealous if she were here. But that's my boy having two mates to fawn over him, smirked Great-red. Ophis just chuckled as she remembered something. It might not be just those for much longer. She spoke. Everyone turned their attention towards him. What? Stuttered Issei. Oh, has my son charmed another woman already? Who is it? Said Great-red with a lot of interest. It was Graphiel Yusufuge, the maid of the Gremory family and Sirs ex Lucifer's queen. Ophis answered. It took a moment, but Issei finally remembered that his mother had stumbled upon them when he was hugging Graphiel back when she came to ask for his help to save Rias. He blushed red in embarrassment. Oh no, his inner thoughts were screaming as he had completely forgot about it, and he could already see the incoming tease from his father. Ha ha ha, that's my boy, cheered Great-red as he laughed his heart out. Ara, so you've turned your attention to Graphiel Summer then? Akeno stated as she looked at Issei, who seemed to fidget under her stare. Maybe, Issei stuttered, causing Akeno to chuckle. Relax, Issei-kun. I'm not mad or anything. Remember, I've already accepted that you eventually claim multiple wives and will never hate you for it. If I allowed it with Tiamat, then why would I be opposed to you dating Graphiel? Besides, I can see why you would be interested in someone like Graphiel. Did you know that many women in the underworld look up to her as a role model, including myself? She is a beautiful and powerful woman as well as a fellow queen. Akeno complimented the silver-haired queen before she went back to her teasing. Still, you are interested in maids, Issei-kun. Yufu, perhaps I should ask Graphiel Summer to allow me to borrow a maid attire for myself and Tiamat in order to serve you better, master, she said seductively, causing Issei to nosebleed as he began to imagine such a scene. Ophis couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Alright, let's leave the teasing aside for now and focus on eating breakfast, otherwise the two of you are going to be late for school. Looking at the time, both of them realized that Ophis was telling the truth, so they opted to eat breakfast at a quicker pace. When they were done, they bid farewell to Ophis and Great-red, who decided to go work on his motorcycle for the day, while Ophis teleported herself back at Tanin's place to hang out with her friends and take care of the younglings. As Issei and Akeno were on their way to school, they passed by Matsuda's place to see something very surprising. Out of the house exited Matsuda alongside Aisha and Rias. Issei knew that his little sister was staying over at Matsuda's place in order to spend more time with him, and just like his parents, Matsuda's mother had taken a liking to the young girl and treated her like her own daughter. She had always wanted a daughter but always teased that she was stuck with a perverted son, much to dismay of said son. Anyways, it was surprising to see Rias exiting his house. As far as he knew, Matsuda was going to drop her off at her place before he headed back home. However, it would seem something else happened instead. Have a safe trip, you three. Please stay out of trouble, Matsuda-san, and don't cause trouble for the girls, Julia warned her son, who frowned when his own mother berated him, but this wasn't anything new. Thank you, Mrs. Julia-san. Have a pleasant day as well, answered Rias and gracefully bowed at her. Why, yes. See you later, Chilioka-san, Aisha answered. Chilia, just like Ophis and Great-red, already views Aisha as the daughter she never had and has been so very happy ever since she came into her life. That happiness was doubled when Rias also came to live with them. At first, she believed that her house might not have been big enough to support other guests since they lived in a relatively small house. However, the next day it felt as though the house relatively grew in size and she found space that she didn't even know she had. Had they always had this much space and she just never realized it? Maybe her age is finally catching up to her, but honestly, who cares? Due to this, Rias and Aisha were free to come by and sleep over at their place, which made it all worth it. Of course, what she didn't know was that Rias had the house remodeled when she slept to add additional room for her and Aisha. She didn't want to use memory magic on Matsuda's mother if she could help it. Luckily, everything turned out all right. See you. Oh, it seems your friends have dropped by as well. She waved towards Issei and Akeno, who waved back. Rias and the others turned and saw the two of them. They all greeted each other as they all headed to school together. Issei noticed Matsuda's incredibly good mood and inquired about it. You seem incredibly happy, Matsuda-san. Does this have to do with Rias staying over at your place? When did this happen? You could say that. This is what happened. Matsuda then started recalling the event. Flashback: Matsuda and his mother were enjoying dinner when they heard the doorbell. His mother went to open the door only to notice Rias Gremory with a few bags. So, like how I just explained, Rias Gremory, will also be living in this house. I might be inexperienced, but please take care of me, Oka-san. Matsuda went wide-eyed at the explanation Rias gave to his mother. His mother, however, was more than pleased to get another daughter into her house. When Matsuda guided her upstairs, he asked her what was going on. Bachao, not that I'm not absolutely thrilled to have you here, but why did you decide to live in my house? He couldn't help but asked. Rias smiled. I simply would like to strengthen my relation with my adorable pawn. Is that so wrong? She winked at him. Matsuda shook his head vehemently. No, Bachao, it's all right. I'm very pleased to have you here. Very good. In that case, could you show me to your room? I need to arrange all my clothes. She stated. Wait, my room? Yes, I'll be living with you in your room since our sweet Aisha-chan occupies the guest room. What better way to strengthen our relationship than living in the same room? Or do you not want me? She fake pouted, getting the exact reaction she expected from Matsuda. No, I would be honored, Bachao. Matsuda shouted in happiness. His shout attracted the attention of Aisha, who woke up and got out of her room. Is everything all right, Matsuda-san? She yawned as she rubbed her eyes awake. She then noticed Rias with a couple of bags and wondered what was going on. Oh, Rias-sama, is everything all right? She asked, to which received a nod from Rias. Of course, everything is all right, Aisha-chan. It's just that I'm going to be living here from now on, and I've asked Matsuda-kun to guide me to our room so I can unpack my bags. She motioned to her suitcases. Granted, this was only the bare minimum she needed. Eventually, after the house gets remodeled, she would bring in the rest. Our room, said a confused Aisha. Of course. Since I intend to strengthen my relationship with adorable pawn, living in the same living space is essential. Besides, we already kissed. She smiled as she revealed that little tidbit which definitely caught Issei by surprise. Is that true? She quickly turned her gaze to Matsuda asking for confirmation. Matsuda blushed as he nodded. Why yes, we did. Issei started brimming with jealousy as she still hadn't gotten that far with Matsuda. That's not fair. In that case, me too. She moved towards Matsuda and before he even knew what hit him, she brought his head down and kissed him. This surprised both Matsuda as well as Rias, who had never imagined such an innocent being that assertive. That was when she remembered that she was half dragon, so she must have done that instinctually over what she considers her possession. It was cute, to be honest. It's not like she had no intention of not sharing Matsuda since she knew of his goal of having a harem. Issei then separated from Matsuda and immediately went. Her face flushed bright red as she couldn't believe what she just did. I'm sorry. I can't believe I just did that, said a very flustered Issei before she bolted back to her room and shut her door. It took quite a while to comfort her with Matsuda telling her that he didn't mind it. In fact, he liked it. It just took him by surprise. Meanwhile, Rias was consoling her, telling her that it's all right. Flashback end. That's pretty much the short version of what happened. Matsuda finished recalling his tale with a grin on his face and Issei couldn't help but congratulate his friend. Congrats man, you are finally on your way to accomplish your little harem dream. He patted Matsuda's back, almost causing him to stumble due to the amount strength he accidentally put in, but Matsuda didn't care. He was too happy to care. Thanks man. I honestly cannot believe this happened. I'm super happy, you have no idea. Although, I have to admit that it did surprise me how Issei reacted. I never expected that from someone like her, you know. I mean no offense of course. Matsuda stated, knowing he was talking to the girl's brother in all but blood. Issei, of course, knew he meant no offense and that her actions took him by surprise. No doubt, it even took Issei by surprise as well. Don't worry about it. I understood what you meant, and to answer your question, the reason she reacted the way she did is due to her instincts. Issei responded. Her instincts? Matsuda inquired with a raise of his brow. Issei nodded. Indeed. Her dragon instincts, to be precise. Issei has just begun accepting her dragon half and has been training to make better use of it. However, she is not used to her instincts just yet, so she can barely control them. In regards to you, she views you as her treasure and an irreplaceable partner, so when she heard what you and Rias shared, her possessive instincts flared up and, unwilling to lose you, decided to mark you with a kiss. I'm sure that she was extremely shocked and embarrassed over her actions, like you told me. Issei explained, causing Matsuda to blush when he heard him say how Issei viewed him. He couldn't help but turn his attention to said blonde, who upon meeting his gaze also blushed heavily and quickly hid behind Rias, most likely still embarrassed over her spontaneous kiss she gave him. I hope you don't view her any differently due to that. Issei added, causing Matsuda to shake his head negatively, indicating he didn't. Of course not. If anything, I am honored and happy that Issei-chan views me that way, said Matsuda with a smile on his face. Good to know, responded Issei, reciprocating with his own smile. A bit further away from them, the girls were having a chat of their own. Ara, it seems I've missed quite a bit since we last saw you, Bachao. Since when did you decide to move in with Matsuda-kun? Stated Akeno, causing Rias to blush a bit. I'll admit, it was a last-minute decision, but I felt like it would be best in order to foster our relationship even further. Also, if I told you, I have no doubt that you would tease the hell out of me, so I opted not to say a word. Rias smirked. A wise decision. Akeno returned her smirk. All of a sudden Rias felt someone hide behind her. She looked to see, and it turned out to be her bishop, who seemed to be blushing based on the color of her face. She looked towards Matsuda, who also seemed to blush, and immediately understood that Aisha hid out of embarrassment from her previous action. Rias couldn't help but chuckle. I have to admit that moving in also had the added benefit of witnessing our little Aisha-chan perform an incredible feat. Rias smiled as she looked at her bishop. But how you Aisha stuttered. Oh, and what would that be? Akeno became intrigued. She outright kissed Matsuda. It was utterly adorable. Rias spilled the beans. Aisha hid herself even further behind Rias, if that was even possible. Akeno and Rias couldn't help but chuckle even more as they all made their way to school. When they arrived, before going to their respective classes, Rias suggested that all meet up in the club room for lunch. She will make sure to notify both Kiba and Koneko, who aren't present. They all nodded before heading to class. The day seemed to go by very fast, especially for Matsuda, who was still on cloud 9 over what he considers to be the greatest day of his life. His teachers, on the other hand, were less than pleased that he wasn't paying attention to their lessons. Even several warnings did not wake him up. It's only when Issei coerced him by whispering to him that he would increase his training if he didn't pay attention that Matsuda suddenly paid attention in class. Whatever magic Issei did to solve the situation, the teachers didn't care, as they thanked him with their eyes, which he responded with a small bow of his head. Eventually, the bell rang, signaling the end of class as well as the beginning of lunch. Matsuda, Aisha and Issei immediately headed towards the club room, where they were met by the rest of the club members who had prepared a table and seats. As they prepared to eat in the club room, they noticed that they were missing one chair. Rias was about to ask Akeno to go get a chair, but was interrupted by Issei, who raised his hand. There is no need to get a new chair, I can just do this. He quickly turned into a chibi dragon form, which looks exactly like his dragon form but was about the size of a big cat. Oh my Mao! You are so adorable. Unfortunately, he instantly regretted his decision, as the moment his transformation had finished, Akeno quickly snatched him up and proceeded to place him on her lap and petting like a cute little puppy. She knows it's me, right? I am a sentient being and not some pet to be treated like. Akeno then proceeded to hug him into her voluptuous breasts. Never mind, I'm good. His perverted side won that battle as he decided to enjoy the treatment that his girlfriend was giving him. Off to the side, Matsuda looked to be seething with jealousy as he wished he could transform into a small dragon. However, seeing that Aisha and Rias had joined Akeno in petting him, he started to think that maybe he should stop them before they started contemplating the notion of teaching him to fetch, thus removing any dignity he had left. He hastily made his way to the table when Rias asked him, You can turn into this cute little creature. Why didn't you tell us? Gaining a tick mark in his forehead, Issei was a bit peeved at being called cute. I never mentioned it because it didn't really seem relevant. Besides, I may be little, but I am not cute. Dragons are terrifying and awe-inspiring but not cute. He would probably have been taken more seriously if he didn't look absolutely adorable pouting like that, which only served to reinforce their opinion. Have you seen yourself in the mirror? Rias laughed and Akeno gave away a small giggle. I'm not cute. Okay, I guess that in this form I am as close to a pet as a sentient being can be, but I refuse to accept this slander about me being cute, Issei shouted. What is wrong with being cute? Aisha asked. If you are a girl or a puppy then nothing. But I am a dragon. Dragons are not cute. We are the world's greatest and strongest predators. Our capabilities vastly overpowers any other race, including gods, that our mere presence alone strikes fear into our enemies' hearts. Exactly what part of it sounds cute? You can tell that Issei has a lot of pride at being a dragon, but again you cannot expect them to take him seriously when he looks so adorable. I don't know. Maybe the part where you are cutely sitting on Aisha's lap waiting to be fed. Rias counters without batting an eye. What are you talking about? I am not sit. Looking around, Issei suddenly realizes that he is indeed sitting on Aisha's lap. How he got there, he has no freaking clue. The most likely theory is that he subconsciously felt comfortable near Aisha due to her high compatibility with dragons and sat on her lap as a result. Akeno got a bit jealous that he chose to sit on Aisha's lap rather than her own, but she was still enjoying the teasing they are giving Issei. Look, Issei. I know that you are very proud of your race and want to uphold the reputation of a terrifying dragon, but please think about it. It's true that your full dragon form would terrify those who do not know you, but we know what type of person you are. Can you not just accept that we are not afraid of you, not because we believe you are harmless, but because we know you would never hurt us? She asked. Aisha. Issei looked at her looking for help. I don't agree with Bachao. Issei got a grin on his face only to instantly lose it when she continued. I think that you look cute in both dragon forms. An answer befitting both a dragon and a dragon tamer, he guessed. Akeno, looking to his girlfriend for help. Yufufu, to me it doesn't matter how you look, you will always be my lovable dragon, and besides, she suddenly scoops him up and hugs her against her chest. Don't tell me you do not love it when I do this. I can think of several naughty things we can do together, Yufufu. Akeno giggled as Issei became as red as Rias' crimson hair. I can't win this, can I? Nope, all three women responded with a smile. How about you two? Don't you have anything to say about this? You have been quietly listening, looking towards Kiba and Koneko. Kiba was drinking his tea while Koneko was eating her sweets. Oh, don't mind us, we are minding our own business. Besides, it seems you have a lot on your plate as it is, Kiba remarked. Koneko just nodded, signifying that she agrees with him. You are so lucky, Issei. Please teach me how to turn into a small dragon, screamed a crying Matsuda on the side. Inside the boosted gear, Drake's hearty laugh could be heard. Ha 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 ha, never thought I'd live to see the day a dragon god would be treated as a pet. Ha 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 ha. This was probably the first time that Issei wanted to smack the heavenly dragon on the head as a tick mark appeared on his own forehead in annoyance. However, he took a deep breath to relax. They meant no harm and it was just his pride going haywire. All right, setting aside my current form, how is everyone doing? He decided to shift the conversation elsewhere, something everyone understood and obliged him. As such, everyone began to talk about different things as they ate their lunch, and they kept at it until lunch break ended, where they each headed back to their respective classes. The following day was pretty much a normal day of class, however they all agreed to meet at the club room at the end of the day. After school ended, Matsuda, Issei and Aisha were heading to their club room. Soon, we are going to have to continue your training, Matsuda. That way, you'll be one step closer to achieving your balance breaker, Issei stated, causing a shiver down his spine as he remembered the training camp. Please go easy on me, pleaded Matsuda. Sorry. No can do, chuckled Issei. In order for you to reach the threshold and also being able to use your balance breaker, we need to train your body as it is still too weak to properly use it. Besides, it's either I train you or you can take your chances with Tiamat if you prefer. I'll take you any day of the week, Matsuda immediately answered. If I trained with her, she will no doubt kill me and pass it off as an accident, and I have little doubt you would ignore it. He looked at Issei. I don't think I would ignore that, he responded, but Matsuda just glared at him. Dude, all she'd have to do is give you the puppy cutesy eyes and you'd forgive her in a heartbeat, Matsuda rebutted. I don't know about that. Okay, maybe a tiny whimsy bit, he motioned, leaving a small space between his thumb and finger. Of course, Matsuda knew otherwise but didn't say anything else. Anyways, I would rather continue being trained by you than her. How long do you think it's going to take me to achieve my balance breaker? Matsuda asked. Issei rubbed his chin as he thought about it. Honestly, I cannot really answer that question because achieving balance breaker is all depending on the user and the conditions to unlock it vary from individual to individual. I think Drake would be more knowledgeable on this subject considering it's his sacred gear and he has been through countless hosts, Issei stated. A moment later a green orb manifested on top of Matsuda's hand, invisible to all but the three of them. Indeed. It is like the young dragon, stated partner. Unlocking balance breaker differs between each person because it is triggered by the user's feeling in order to evolve. Of course, there are different circumstances that could trigger it. Some of my previous hosts trained their whole lives until they reached balance breaker. Others triggered theirs when they were in a life or death situation and their survival instincts triggered the balance breaker. If you wish to go with that route, then perhaps training with Tiamat would be the best bet. However, as you previously stated, that is out of the question. What I can tell you is that you will not be able to unlock it anytime soon, as you still need to train your body in order to be able to handle your balance breaker. Not only that, but you also require an enormous amount of stamina and demonic power in order to use it continuously, explained Drake. Matsuda sighed with a tired expression. So basically, I still have a long way to go. That's correct, partner. So you better train as hard as you can, otherwise the White One will laugh at us when we meet them. Again with that, huh? How can you be sure we will even meet that person? Matsuda retorted. It is inevitable. We are bound by fate to cross paths every time, partner. Drake answered. HMF, you sound more like lovers than rivals, scoffed Matsuda, causing Issei to laugh at how true that sounded. Drake, however, did not seem pleased. What? Why the heck are you spewing such nonsense? We are not lovers. We are rivals who fought each other to see which one would come out on top. That hasn't changed since we were sealed within our respective sacred gear. How does that make us look like lovers? Drake retorted. Well, my parents fought each other for ages and now they are mates, so your situation does indeed seem very similar. Issei, who finally stopped laughing, answered. You see. Even Issei agrees with me, added Matsuda, which got on Drake's nerves. I'll have you know that, back in the day, many female dragons were heavily interested in me, defended Drake. And yet, according to Tiamat, you chose your fights with Albion over them. Doesn't help your case much, Issei rebutted. This time it was Matsuda who couldn't help but laugh. Oh, screw you. I'll be going back to sleep. Drake scowled in embarrassment before he cut the connection as the green orb dissipated from Matsuda's arm. Have to admit, that actually made my day, said Matsuda as he wiped a tear of his eye. I wouldn't be laughing if I was you, warned Issei. Ha! What do you mean? Asked a confused Matsuda. He will probably retaliate against you when you go to sleep tonight. Drake is able to bring your subconscious into the sacred gear when you sleep, and he will probably have a little one-on-one against you. replied Issei, causing Matsuda to go wide-eyed in fear. He can do that. Issei nodded. No, I'm so dead, shouted Matsuda. Aisha, who was near him, patted his back to help cheer him up, which was hard when he had to look forward to Drake obliterating him in his dreams. Matsuda quickly looked at him and quickly started apologizing to Drake, praying the dragon will forgive. Hey Drake, can you hear me? I'm sorry. Please forgive this lowly mortal to have insulted the great heavenly dragon. I swear I won't insult you ever again. Please, 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 I beg you. Matsuda pleaded that Drake would listen to him. A moment later, he heard him answer in his mind, very well, I will accept your apology, he heard Drake state, which brought him overwhelming relief. Really, thank you, thank you. He thanked him several times. However, you are still going to get it. All his relief suddenly shattered when he heard Drake say that. What, why? But I apologized, said Matsuda. And I accepted your apology, however I was always planning on training you during your sleep, Drake grinned. But then what did my apology get me? Your apology earned you the benefit of me holding back during your training. You should be grateful, since my training would have made Tiamat's look like paradise in comparison if I do not hold anything back. Of course, if you would like to find out personally, you can always take your apology back, partner, explained Drake, who held his ever so cheeky grin, and Matsuda could tell that he was hoping that he would take his offer. However, no way in hell would Matsuda ever want that, so he shook his head vehemently. Very well then. Look forward to it. Drake finished before cutting off his connection once again. Matsuda simply breathed a long tired sigh, as he was most certainly not looking forward to getting wrecked by a 50-foot-tall behemoth in his dreams of all places. I take it your conversation with Drake confirmed my facts. Matsuda heard Issei state, to which he replied with a simple nod. Issei patted his back. Hey, look on the bright side. At least, this training will allow you to potentially reach your balance breaker that much sooner. Issei stated. I guess. I can't believe the length we have to go to unlock it. Is the balance breaker really that powerful? He inquired. Let me put it this way to you, Matsuda. Had you mastered your balance breaker in your previous rating game, then you would have been able to single-handedly take on Riser and his peerage and come out victorious. That's how powerful the balance breaker truly is. Matsuda went wide-eyed at Issei's revelation. Seriously, it's that strong? Of course, it is. Don't forget that you are in possession of not just any sacred gear, but one of the 13th Longinus in existence. When fully mastered, you will be able to take down God-class opponents. Someone like Riser would be no more than an average grunt. That's why we need to go to such lengths with your training in order to help you handle such destructive power. Your body and mind have to train to their utmost limits. Matsuda was stunned and finally understood why they were putting him under intense training. Issei then turned his attention towards Aisha. It would also be great if we can train you to harness your latent powers, Aisha. You have done very well in learning how to partially transform your fingers into your dragon counterparts. However, due to the short time frame we had for Riser's match, we were not able to train you any further into developing your fairy dragon abilities, which was a shame, since just like Matsuda's boosted gear, had you mastered even a fraction of your abilities, then even you could have taken down Riser and his peerage all by yourself. Before you ask why, it's because part of a fairy dragon's power is the ability to use holy energy, just like my own purifying flames, but your will be more potent. Therefore, since you were facing devils, you could have easily retired them using it. Issei finished explaining, to which Aisha seemed to react in awe. That's amazing, she whispered silently, although it was heard by Issei thanks to his enhanced hearing, so he just smiled and patted her head. I know you will grow up to be wonderful and powerful fairy dragon, Aisha-chan. Of that, I have little doubt. He expressed, causing Aisha to blush at the compliment. Why, you really think so? Of course, you are my little sister after all, so I know you will be able to achieve it. Thanks, Oni-san. She thanked her brother in all but blood with a cute smile of her own. You're welcome. Now I believe we have finally arrived to our club room. So, let's not keep everyone waiting. Issei said. Matsuda and Aisha nodded before Issei opened the door to their orc club room. It was here that he was met by the strangest and most perplexing sight so far. Akeno, please quickly prepare some tea. Kiba, you need to move the furniture a bit more to the left. Koneko, please help Kiba. Issei and the other were greeted with Rias literally running around like a headless chicken, and they could tell from her expressions that she was panicking. What the hell was going on was all they could ask themselves, as they had never seen her this frenzied, not even during her match against Riza. Was the bird brain coming back for vengeance? Highly unlikely, considering how Issei had practically scared him to death. Akeno, what's going on with Rias Bachao? Issei couldn't help but ask his mate. Oh Issei, good evening. The same for Matsuda and Aisha-chan. I'm sorry we didn't properly greet you. Akeno answered, but Issei waved his hand. Don't worry, we don't mind, but more importantly, what is going on with Rias? She's practically running around the room as though she is being chased by a ghost. Yeah, I've never seen Bachao act like this. Matsuda added his own comment. Yufu, it's because we are about to receive a very important guest that she is scrambling to make sure everything looks great. Akeno answered their inquiry, which made them wonder who it could be. Was it one of the Maras? An influential high-class devil? Who would that be? Aisha asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Akeno smiled. Well, it's Grafia Summer, of course, she revealed. Issei couldn't help but raise his eyebrow in disbelief. What do you mean? How could Grafia's appearance cause Rias to act like that? He pointed towards a distressed Rias who was still running around the entire place and probably still didn't even notice their presence. I mean, she acted perfectly normal the last time she appeared here, even before Riza and his peerage were present, if I recall correctly, Issei added, recalling how Rias was acting normally in the presence of Grafia when they had a previous meeting in this very same room. Ara, you aren't exactly wrong, Issei-kun. However, the reason that Rias was so calm the last time around is because Grafia Summer was still performing her duties as a maid. However, today Grafia Summer is coming on her day off. Akeno answered. Alright, but why would Grafia coming to visit on her day off send Rias into a frenzy? Issei still didn't understand the problem. You see, usually she comes by as a maid under the House of Gremory, meaning she has a master-servant relationship towards Rias, who is the heir of the Gremory family, as you already know. But it's a different story when she takes a day off. Only then, she acts like her sister-in-law. Despite the fact that Surzex Summer and her never married, she still respects and views Grafia as a sister, and no one had any issues with that. Grafia Summer, however, strictly told her that she could only refer to her as such when she is on her day off. Today is one such days, which is why Rias right now is having a nervous breakdown to make sure everything is perfect for Grafia Summer. There's also the additional fact that Grafia becomes stricter with Rias, which is also why Rias Bachao is scared of her when she comes by. Akeno finished explaining the reason Rias gets so anxious to Issei, who couldn't help but be even more shocked. It makes sense, considering that all the times he met Grafia, she had been acting very professionally as befitting of a maid of the esteemed Gremory family, so this would technically be the first time he would get to see her acting more formally, I guess. I see, so even Buchao has someone that she is weak against, Matsuda said in slight awe. So, why did she decide to visit here on her day off? Issei asked. A small part of him was actually very happy to meet her. Something that Akeno clearly knew, considering the conversation they had with his family about her being a potential mate. She didn't mind it at all. Unlike Tiamat, whom she had barely known, Akeno had spent a lot of time with Grafia and she grew up to respect and admire her. She had absolutely no problem with Grafia becoming a fellow mate to Issei, as that would make them sort of sisters in a way. From what I could decipher from Buchao, she has something important to notify us about. Other than that, who knows? Maybe she is here to see a certain someone, who knows? She teased as she looked at Issei, who looked away with a small blush, understanding who she meant. Akeno, have you finished preparing tea yet? Oh, you three have arrived. My apologies that I couldn't welcome you myself. As you can see, I'm getting ready to prepare for the arrival of Grafia one summer. Rias approached the three of them before she started fixing Matsuda's collar and his uniform. Yes, Buchao, said a very happy Matsuda, who really enjoyed the closeness with Rias. All of a sudden, a magic circle belonging to the Gremory family appeared in the middle of the room. Simply by looking at Rias' reaction, everyone could already tell who it was. As expected, the person who appeared from the magic circle was none other than Grafia. However, to Issei's shock and awe, she looked entirely different than what he was used to. Normally, she was dressed up as maid and held a certain grace and professionalism as befitting of a maid of the prestigious Gremory family. However, today she was wearing entirely different clothes, as well as sported a different hairstyle than what he was used to. She was currently wearing casual clothes, yet one could tell that they were of an expensive brand. The clothes fit her perfectly and truly helped to emphasize her wonderful proportions. Something that Issei couldn't help but notice. Her silver hair was flowing down her back naturally. All in all, she looked absolutely breathtaking. He couldn't help but be mesmerized by her, and this was something that was easily noticed by Akeno, who chuckled at his reaction. It would seem that Auntie Ophis was right about his infatuation with Grafia-sama, she thought to herself. In fact, she was positive that if Issei had his tail out, it would be swinging around excitingly like a puppy who is elated at seeing its master. Grafia soon made eye contact with Issei and smiled at him, which blew Issei's mental capacity at how beautiful it was. Of course, he didn't notice the small blush Grafia carried by his ever-so-perceptive girlfriend beside him certainly had. And it would seem the infatuation might be mutual. Akeno smirked as she noticed Grafia's expressions. Good evening, everyone. How are you all doing? Grafia greeted everyone, who all greeted her in return. She then looked at Rias. How are you doing, Rias? Grafia asked in a casual manner. I'm doing great, one summer. Rias smiled, even though one could tell she looked a bit nervous. Good evening, I'm Summer. It's been a while. Everyone was startled when they heard the voice of an unfamiliar person. Even Issei was shocked that he didn't notice his presence, although this was in no small part due to the fact that he was enthralled by Grafia's presence. Everyone looked towards the second entity that teleported alongside Grafia. He was indeed a strange-looking creature that had the face of a red Asian dragon, yet had the body of a horse or deer despite being covered in red scales. It took a while for Issei to finally recognize what he was. He recalled how Tanin had once told him about Surzek's peerage and that one of his pawns was the legendary creature known as a Qilin. To think that Surzek was able to turn such a sacred creature into his servant proves just how powerful he really is. Just sensing his aura, he could tell that he was leagues above Rias and the others except of course himself and Grafia. Good evening to you as well, Enku-sama. It's been quite a while since I last saw you. Rias smiled as she proceeded to pat Enku's neck, who appreciated the gesture. He then turned his attention towards Matsuda, Issei and Aisha. Oh my, if it isn't the Red Dragon Emperor, Rias' cute little bishop and Issei Hiauda. I believe this is our first encounter. I'm one of Surzek's pawn, Enku. Pleased to make your acquaintance, he politely greeted the two of them. Matsuda, of course, was caught by surprise. It's nice to meet you as well. Ano, it's nice to meet you as well, Enku-sama. Aisha stuttered a bit as she greeted him with a bow. Enku couldn't help but smile at the little dragon. It would seem Im-sama was telling the truth when she said that she gained a cute bishop. You are probably the most adorable little thing I have ever seen. Even your presence is incredibly soothing to this old man's heart. Enku complimented Aisha, who couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Thank you. Are you also a dragon, Enku-sama? She couldn't help but ask after noticing his dragon features. Not exactly, he answered, resulting in Matsuda and Aisha tilting their heads in confusion. What does that mean? You literally look like a dragon, so how can you not be one? Matsuda asked. However, before Enku could respond, Issei answered for him. It's because he is a Qilin, Matsuda. Everyone looked to Issei in surprise. Even Enku was a bit taken aback that he knew what he was. A what? Matsuda had no idea what a Qilin was, as question marks were appearing in his mind. A Qilin is a legendary creature that is known as a chimera. While it does possess the features of a nation dragon, it is not exactly a dragon. You could say that he is part dragon, as shown by his features such as the scales and his face. If I'm not mistaken, the Qilin are said to be creatures that bring good fortune to others as well as protect the innocent from malicious beings. This is the first time I've ever met one, and it is an honor to meet you. Issei finished his explanation as he greeted Enku. Everyone, including the Qilin himself, was surprised by his knowledge. I have to say, I'm surprised you knew so much about my kind, Enku stated, causing Issei to scratch his head. Well, technically, I learned about you from Tanin Shishao. He used to teach me about all kind of dragons as well as its associated species. You were one of them, and he even told me that Surzek had a Qilin as a servant. I believe you both already met previously, Issei said, making Enku nod in acknowledgement. Also, you heard of me from Tanin Dorno. It's true that we have previously met. He was incredibly polite towards me and even allowed me to sample the dragon apples that he has been growing in his territory. I have to admit, they were truly delectable. Enku smiled as he recalled old memories. Wait, you are a servant? Matsuda said in shock. Enku nodded. Indeed I am. In fact, I am a pawn just like you, Red Dragon Emperor Dorno, Enku revealed to Matsuda. Ah, really? How many pawns did you take? He couldn't help but ask. Enku rubbed his chin as he tried to recall the details. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't really pay much attention to the process, but I think it was 3 or 4. I believe Grafia-sama would know. He looked towards Grafia, who sighed. It was 4, and Enku-san, I believe I already told you that you do not need to call me Sama. That amount of respect should be addressed only towards Surzek, who is our king. I am simply a member of Surzek's Sama peerage, just like you. /n. I don't believe the author ever specified how many pieces he used on him, so this is just my assumption. Enku couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Ha ha, I believe our respect is well placed in you, Grafia-sama. You are the queen of this peerage and your position is one that deserves respect. Besides, Sir Zex-sama on more than one occasion has admitted that you are the one that keeps our peerage together, and I for one agree with him. I'm sure the others do too. Grafia simply sighed and gave up. It was the same result no matter how many times she talked to them about this matter. Although she would have to have a few stern words with Sir Zex when she gets back. In the underworld, Sir Zex felt a cold chill running down his spine as he was playing with his son and his wife. Matsuda was surprised that someone like Enku only took 4 pieces while he was worth 8 pieces. Seeing Matsuda's expression, Issei could already guess what he was thinking, so he patted his shoulder, causing Matsuda's attention to turn to him. The reason Enku was able to be turned using only 4 pieces was due to the fact that it was Sir Zex who reincarnated him. If you remember, beings that are able to be reincarnated are heavily dependent on the strength of both the king and the being who will be reincarnated. The Ma'al Lucifer is said to be the strongest devil in the underworld, so it's only natural he would be able to reincarnate almost any being compared to other high-class devils. If Rias attempted to reincarnate Enku, I can guarantee you that she would not have been able to do it. Likewise, if Sir Zex was the one who reincarnated you, it would probably have taken only 1 pawn. No offense to the both of you, of course, he said to Rias and Matsuda, hoping he didn't offend them too much. It's all right, Issei-san. I'm very aware of the huge disparity between my brother and I completely agree with your statement. I doubt I would have been able to reincarnate anyone in my brother's peerage even if I had mutated pieces in my possession. Rias answered with a wave of her hand. None taken, added Matsuda. Issei nodded. If anything, it shows just how strong Enku is, since it took the Ma'al Lucifer 4 pieces to turn him into a devil, said an impressed Issei. It is an honor to be complimented so by the Crimson Calamity Dragon. I appreciate it, Enku responded, earning him a surprised look from Issei. The what? Oh, that is the title that the people of the underworld have been calling you after your match against Rise of Nex. I'm sure my king informed you that the match was going to be broadcasted throughout the underworld, and after witnessing your might, that is what the devils have begun to refer to you by, explained Enku. When he heard the title the devils gave him, he couldn't help but puff out his chest. It was certainly a cooler name than Dragon Prince. He liked it. Akeno couldn't help but chuckle at her boyfriend's response, knowing how excited he truly was. Wow, that sounds so cool, bro, responded an impressed Matsuda. Yes it does, responded an elated Issei. Enku smiled before shifting his gaze towards Grafia. Then Grafia-sama, I will be returning to my station. He bowed respectfully. Very well. Thank you for escorting me here. Although, I would have been fine by myself, sighed Grafia, making Enku laugh. Ha ha ha, I'm sure you would have, but as our queen, you deserve an escort. Of course, I don't have the slightest thought of you being in danger even without one, but better safe than sorry. I just thought I could bring fortune to everyone here, including a certain pair that our king would love to bless. Enku smirked, causing Grafia to blush, knowing exactly who he was talking about. Issei was still on cloud 9 over his newly given title, so he never noticed this. Best of all, it allowed me to see I'm Summer and meet the Red Dragon Emperor who is going to become the Waker. Ha! Waker, what is that? Matsuda couldn't help but utter as he had no idea what that term even meant, but Rias certainly knew, if the blush of her face showed any indication. "Why, you don't need to worry about it, Matsuda-kun," she said nervously as she waved her hands frantically. She then looked towards Enku. "You can stay for a bit longer if you want," Rias said with a tone of sadness. Enku smiled fondly at the Crimson Princess. "Those words are enough for me, I'm Sama. I still have a lot of duties to perform as a servant to Sir Zex-sama. I only came to escort Grafia-sama here before returning back to the underworld. However, I would like to head to the mountains once more while carrying you on my back like before, I'm Sama." Rias looked to be a bit embarrassed as Enku revealed such details. "Oh, that's cute," Aisha said, earning her a blush from Rias. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Akeno rides me even now from time to time," Issei added. Silence then ensued before he started hearing Akeno laughing and the rest of the girls' faces turn crimson red. He had no idea what was going on. "You pervert," he heard Koneko say. "Ha." It took a while for him to recall what he said before his own face turned as crimson as his scales. Wait. I didn't mean it like that. Meant that she rides on my back in my dragon form. I swear." Issei spoke extremely fast in embarrassment, having just realized what he insinuated with his poor choice of words. His mate, on the other, had seemed to be having a blast. Ara, you shouldn't worry too much, Issei. I'm sure they understand what you meant. Then again, it's not like what you said was incorrect, isn't that right, Issei-kun?" she said seductively. "Akeno," shouted Rias, her face still as crimson as her hair. Ha 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 ha, Enku couldn't help but laugh himself. "Anyways, it's about time I head off. I bid you all farewell, and it was a pleasure to meet each and every one of you." He bowed as they all waved goodbye before he turned into red mist, heading back to the underworld. Grafia then coughed into her hand to bring back the attention towards herself. Everyone looks at her. With the greetings out of the way, let's get back to the matter at hand. I have a few things I would like to address. First of all, Rias has agreed, you are now free to choose whomsoever you wish to marry. Of course, you will need to notify your brother, who wishes to be sure that the man whom you've decided to entrust your life to is worthy of you. Grafia looked towards Matsuda before looking back at Rias, who looked absolutely nervous. "Yes, Grafia One-sama," she answered. "Next, I bring a piece of news regarding one member of your peerage, specifically your queen." Everyone, including the aforementioned person, wondered what was going on. With Akeno. Is something the matter? Rias couldn't help but ask in worry for her queen and friend. Everything is fine, Rias. It's just that it has been decided that Akeno Imejima will henceforth be promoted to mid-class devil starting now. Ha! Everyone exclaimed in shock and surprise. Wait, seriously? How could that be, Grafia One-sama? In order to be promoted to mid-class devil, there are several tests that need to be accomplished to test them. Why would the Maris and especially the council suddenly decide to? Rias immediately understood what was going on as she shifted her attention to Issei. Everyone else did the same as Issei looked around, seeing everyone's gaze, including Grafia's, towards him. Why do I feel that this is because of me? Grafia chuckled before she decided to answer his inquiry. That's because it is, Issei Hyauda. As Enku mentioned previously, your match against Rise of Phoenix had been shown throughout the underworld and everyone got to witness your overwhelming might. However, they also observed how Akeno Imejima was able to calm down the wrath of the Crimson Calamity Dragon. Many have started to call her by the nickname Dragon Priestess, and it seems she has garnered a lot of attention both from the citizens as well as high-class nobles. Graphia began to explain. Ara, the dragon priestess. I like the sound of that. Akeno seemed amused by her newly acquired title. She quite liked it if she was being honest. Issei was focused on a different part of the explanation. Those nobles better not be getting any ideas over my mate. I destroyed Ryza for insulting her. If they even think of touching Akeno, then I will have no qualms of erasing their pitiful existence, Issei growled. You do not need to worry about that, Issei. The Maris will make sure none of those noble even think of drowning in those fantasies. They would like the underworld to remain in one piece. Graphia joked, which seemed to lighten Issei's mood as he calmed down. Anyways, in light of recent events, the underworld has decided that it was best to avoid any sort of conflict with you, and they believed Akeno to be the key since she holds influence over you. They aren't exactly wrong, Issei chuckled, as that statement was certainly true. Akeno wrapped her arms over his as they shared a glance. Graphia then proceeded to continue. As a result, it has been decided to officially promote Akeno to a higher position, even though the Maris and the council had different opinions on the matter. The Maris wanted to promote her to a mid-class devil rather than high class, as it wouldn't be fair to other mid-class devils who had worked hard throughout their entire lives and had yet to rise to high class. Promoting her to high class might have been seen as favoritism, considering 2 of the 4 Maris are directly related to Urias, which may have led to an unnecessary conflict between other devils. The council, however, actually wanted to promote Akeno to a high-class devil. Urias seemed shocked at that. The council made it no secret that they despised low-class devils, and especially reincarnated devils, as they felt they tarnished pure bloods, which is why they seldom ever recommended any reincarnated devil to promote to mid-class, much less high-class. Furthermore, everyone knows of the silent hatred the council bears towards the 4 Maris, who are more than willing to let go of old traditions. Yet, here they are promoting Akeno, who is the queen of Surzek's younger sister peerage. This makes no sense, said a confused Rias, who couldn't make heads or tails of the council decision. She then felt someone pat her shoulder. She looked up to see that it was Graphia who had done so. You do not need to think too much about it. Their intentions are less than noble regarding this decision. I surmise that the reason they would like to promote Akeno Imejima is to be able to separate her from you and Surzek's Ha. What do you mean, separate Fukubuchao from Buchao? Matsuda interrupted as he questioned what she meant. Matsuda-kun. Rias gave Matsuda a frown for having interrupted Graphia, but Graphia simply patted her shoulder to let her know she didn't mind. It's all right, Rias. Anyways, I'm assuming that Rias explained to you how members of a peerage have the chance to be able to promote to high-class devils, where they will eventually become their own king with their own peerage, she inquired, to which Matsuda gave a nod. It was his dream to become a harem king with a peerage of nothing but beautiful women, so when Rias explained to him this detail, you can imagine how absolutely ecstatic he was. Seeing his nod, Graphia continued. That is why, it is the council's hope that once she becomes a high-class devil, then they would be able to entice her to join their camp, which would have the added benefit of bringing you in so they could use you. Currently, in terms of strength, the Maris easily exceed the council's strength. That is especially true with Surzeks and Ajuka, who are considered abnormal devils on par with the strength of gods. Meanwhile, the council, throughout the years, have managed to obtain significant influence over the Devil Society and have many connections. However, if they manage to bring you in, then they might be able to shift the balance in their favor, both in terms of strength and influence, which would result in them gaining full control over the underworld. Graphia finished explaining, causing Issei to scoff as he crossed his arms in annoyance. HMF. They seriously have no understanding of what loyalty is. Indeed. If they think that I would ever betray Rias and the Gremory family, then they have gone senile in their old age. Everyone chuckled at that. True, perhaps I should go and pay them a little visit. Issei cracked his knuckles as he seriously contemplated giving a beatdown to those idiotic old coots. However, Grafia intervened. As much as we would appreciate that, I would like you to refrain from taking such action. Like I previously stated, the council holds a lot of influence and have many connections throughout the underworld, and taking them out will only cause a civil war to erupt, and that is something we cannot afford to allow happen. If strength was all that was required, then Sirs X-sama and Ajuka-sama would have gotten rid of the council a long time ago. Unfortunately, this is a delicate situation where a battle of words is required. In any case, the Maris were able to convince the elders that promoting Akeno to a mid-class devil was reasonable and preferable. Even though the council was to refute, they understood that it may cause some conflicts with their allies, so they decided to let the matter go, begrudgingly. Now, Akeno Imejima, can you step forward? Grafia addressed Akeno, who stepped forward as she asked. As of this moment, by orders of the Maris and the council, you are hereby promoted to a mid-class devil. Congratulations, and I hope you will keep supporting Rias and continue to serve the underworld to the best of your abilities. Grafia smiled as she congratulated Akeno. The rest of them followed up with a clap of their hands. Issei went ahead and gave her a congratulatory hug. Thank you very much, everyone. I will do my best to meet all your expectations. Although, it is a bit embarrassing that I got promoted due to Issei. You shouldn't worry about that. With all your accomplishments and service, you had already been selected as one of the candidates to promote to mid-class quite a while back. All this did was simply further along the decision to promote you. It would have happened sooner or later, so you shouldn't worry about having been promoted to mid-class due to Issei. Besides, having the right connections to advance to a higher position is not that uncommon. In fact, this happens quite often both in the human world and in the underworld, Grafia explained. I see. I will do my best to live up to your expectations then. She bowed gratefully. I'm sure you will. In any case, that was all I needed to mention, said Grafia. Are you also going to return to the underworld, Grafia One-sama? Asked Rias. Grafia shook her head. No, since it is my day off, I've decided to take a look around Kyo. It is the place that you are in charge of, and I would like to take a look around, replied Grafia as she stated her intentions to take a look around Kyo. Immediately, Akeno smirked as she had an idea. If you are going to visit Kyo, then how about having a guide to show you around, she suggested. I appreciate the gesture, Akeno, but I will be more than fine on my own. Also, I'm sure you are planning to celebrate your promotion, so you don't need to stop on my behalf, Grafia immediately replied, causing Akeno to chuckle as she predicted her answer. In that case, how about if Issei gives you a tour of the city? He knows it just as well as any of us. I'm sure you'll enjoy the company he brings. She smiled mischievously, causing both Grafia and Issei to blush. Something that everyone noticed. Akeno then turned her gaze towards Issei. How about it, Issei? Would you mind accompanying Grafia-sama around the city? Why, you don't need to. Grafia tried to reassure Issei that it wasn't necessary, only for Issei to interrupt. It would be my pleasure. That is, if you will let me. Issei answered with a smile. Oh, then I guess I will be in your care. Grafia couldn't help but stutter. Akeno smiled and ushered them out of the room. Then it's decided. Now move along now, Graphia Summer doesn't have a lot of time before her day off ends, so you should move along quickly. Take care of her, Issei. Akeno stated. You got it. I'll see you later then, Akeno. He gave her a quick kiss before redirecting his attention towards Graphia. Shall we go? He extended his hand, to which she enveloped it with her own. I'll be in your care. Then they were off. Once they left, Rias couldn't help but be surprised. I can't believe it. Graphia one summer actually seems to like Issei-kun. How long has it been since she last saw Graphia blush? Never would be the answer. Indeed she does, answered Akeno. Are you all right with that? He is your boyfriend or mate, as Issei always says, inquired Rias. Akeno smiled. Of course, I'm fine with it, Rias Buchal. I've long since knew that Issei might get himself a harem, being a dragon and all. That is why, as long as the feeling is mutual, I do not mind him pursuing other mates. Besides, are you really asking me such a question when your adorable pawn over there will be doing the same thing? She smirked as she pointed towards Matsuda, who was busy talking with Aisha. Tush, answered Rias. Also, this is Graphia Summer we are talking about. She has been taking care of me for years, and if Issei is the person to help her gain happiness, then who am I to stand in the way of that? I cannot fault Issei or Graphia for falling in love with each other. They are both great people and I wish them the best and hope that this works out. If it does, then that means Graphia Summer and I are going to be sister wives. I see, was all Rias said. Graphia had always tried her best to ensure her happiness without ever asking for anything in return. She remembered how many times other high-class devils tried to gain her favor, not due to love but rather because of lust and greed. At some point, it seemed as though she had given up on finding love for herself. In a way, Rias couldn't help but relate to her because of the similarity of their situation. Both of them were only sought after as either trophies or simply tools for others' benefits. She was fortunate enough to have been saved from this cycle thanks to everyone, including Graphia. Unfortunately, Graphia was not, due to the fact that her situation was extremely delicate and difficult. All due to her status. She was the last living Lucifuge remaining. The rest of her family had been killed so long ago. Her family holds an even greater prestige than the Gremory family because they had served the original Lucifer for generations. As a result, many high-class devils have sprung into actions wanting to bring Graphia into their fold. Years and years of this has caused Graphia to slowly give up on ever finding love. However, now it would seem that her heart seems to have taken a liking to Issei Hyuda, and if he is the man who will help her find the happiness she deserves, then Rias can only pray to the Maris that it all works out. Having left the Orc Club room including the school, Issei began giving Graphia a tour of the city, showing her all the local attractions, the parks and anywhere Graphia wanted to see. As they were walking, Issei noticed that Graphia attracted a lot of attention towards herself, and he could see why. She was breathtakingly beautiful and could easily put to shame any supermodel. Many passerbys immediately took notice of her. The men stared with lust-filled eyes while the girls were jealous. Some disgusting men tried to secretly cope a feel of Graphia, but they were instantly beaten away by Issei, who acted as her guardian knight or guardian dragon, in this case. Despite all that, Graphia seemed to be having a good time. Issei then felt his stomach growl and decided to invite Graphia to dinner. How about we eat at a restaurant? My treat, he offered. Sure, I could use a bite to eat, replied Graphia. /N, the following is dedicated to a certain anime that I'm sure many of you will already know. They stopped in front of the closest restaurant. Luckily, it would seem that they didn't need to make any reservations, so they simply entered. A bell chimed, signaling a new customer. Immediately, a waiter made his way towards them and greeted them with a smile. "Welcome to our restaurant, a table for two, I assume?" the waiter asked, seeing as there was only two of them. "Yes," confirmed Issei. "Very well, please follow me to your table." The waiter then took two menus and motioned them to follow him. He led them to a table and waited for them to take a seat. Issei, being a gentleman, pulled out her chair, which earned him a smile from Greifia before she took her seat. Issei then proceeded to take his own seat before the waiter handed them each a menu. "Here's the menu. Feel free to take your time to look through it to your heart's content. Once you are ready to order, please let me know and I'll be right with you as soon as possible," the waiter said with a smile. Issei and Greifia nodded before the waiter left them. Issei looked at Greifia. "It kind of skipped my mind, but I never asked you if you were okay with eating in a restaurant like this. I'm assuming you are used to more extravagant settings, and I just took us the first restaurant that caught my eye. I apologize if that is in fact the case," Issei said. Greifia shook her head. "Not at all, Issei. While it's true that I'm used to, as you said, extravagant and fancy restaurants, they tend to get very stuffy and unbearable considering the number of nobles that attend. I would much rather a simple place like this one. Indeed, this place feels warm and comfortable. I should thank you for bringing me to such a place." Greifia smiled at Issei. She truly had a beautiful smile, and it took a lot for Issei to restrain his instincts to claim her. "In that case, you're welcome," Issei replied. They browsed their menu a bit more and now, ready to order, they were about to signal to the waiter until they saw someone approach their table that wasn't their original waiter. "Hello there and welcome to my restaurant. How are you both doing today?" the person welcomed them with a cheery smile. "We are doing fine, thank you. So, you are the owner?" Issei thanked him for his greeting before inquiring about what he said. They both inspected the owner of the place. He was a man in his late 20s. Had spiky dark red hair with short bangs as well as yellow eyes. Both were quite rare features to possess, but what truly caught your attention was the small scar aligned vertically on his eyebrow. If it weren't for his bright and cheery smile, one might accidentally mistake him for a possible delinquent. "Indeed I am. I thought to welcome you to my humble restaurant considering you are new customers. My name is Summer Yukihira and it's a pleasure to welcome you to Yukihira Restaurant. I hope you will enjoy our food." Summer introduced himself as he welcomed them to his restaurant. Issei was surprised that the owner himself came to welcome them, and also the fact how he immediately knew that they were new customers. "How do you know we are new customers?" he asked. He received a grin from Summer. "It's because I know all of my regulars. I always try to mingle with the customers whenever I can. I've been doing this since I was a boy." "It's fun," he responded in a cheery way, causing both of them to chuckle as they were swept by his charming personality. "I see, but is it all right for you to talk to us now? I'm assuming you are a chef based on your attire, so I'm sure you would be busy." "Nah, it's all right. It's true that my wife and I are the head chefs, and she would probably kill me right now seeing me here when we have lots of orders to fill out, but luckily she isn't here at the moment." "Ah, but don't tell her that if you see her," he said, clearly afraid of his wife. Issei and Greifia couldn't help but laugh, causing some laughs alongside them. "Anyways, I know you haven't taken your orders yet, so how about you tell me what you like? Otherwise, I can recommend you so." Daddy Summer was interrupted by his daughter. Issei and Great-red turned their attention towards and noticed the little ball of sunshine. She looked to be around 5 years old. She had beautiful golden hair as well as her father's eyes. She was absolutely adorable, and they weren't the only ones to think so, as every customers couldn't help but whisper how cute she was. The regulars already knew her and greeted her. "What is it, Tamako? Can it wait just a bit? I'm about to serve some customers, so can you wait just a bit?" Summer asked, but Konami shook her head impatiently. "I challenge you, Dad, to a show." "Shoko." Shoke, she stumbled, trying to remember how that stupid word was pronounced. It was adorable to everyone watching. Summer smiled. "I believe the word you are looking for is shokushiki, sweetie," he corrected his daughter, who pouted before shaking her head. "It doesn't matter. I challenge you, Dad," she shouted. All around, as people began murmuring, "Oh my God, it's starting. Here we go again. Tamako, make sure you win this time. I was waiting for this. I wonder what dish Summer will create this time." Everyone around them seemed to understand what was going on, but Issei and Great-red had no clue. Seeing this, one of their neighbors decided to enlighten them. "This is something that happens very often in the restaurant. Most of the times, his kids always challenge him to a shokushiki. You could say it has become the main attraction to the restaurant. Some people only come to witness this as well as to enjoy good food," the guy explained. "I see, but what's a shokushiki?" Issei asked, as he had no idea what the term meant. "Ah, you see, it's a term that comes from the culinary school that Summer graduated from, Totsuki Academy. It's probably the most prestigious culinary school that ever existed, where thousands of chefs apply to and only a small handful ever graduate from that place. Yet, Summer not only managed to pass but graduated the first seed of that place. Anyways, shokushiki is basically the term they used over there to challenge each other to a cooking match. There are judges and everything. However, instead of friendly competition, it was a match with stakes there. You could even get someone expelled if you wanted to, if the stakes were high enough. Truly a hellish place, but what would you expect from a place that seeks to polish the diamonds in the rough into outstanding chefs? Those who graduate from the place are guaranteed a promising career wherever they choose to go. I heard that his wife is also the headmistress of the place, but she decided to leave. In any case, Summer simply uses this term here whenever his children challenge him to a cooking match. It is very entertaining to watch," he finished explaining. "I see. Thank you." He thanked him for giving him a general explanation. "It sounded interesting. All right, calm down, Tamako. Fine, I accept your challenge, my dear, although we will need judges," Summer said before he looked towards Issei and Great-red. "Would the two of you like to be our judges for the challenge? You would get to taste some delicious dishes, and if you are still hungry afterwards, I would be more than delighted to cook you something, free of charge," Summer suggested. Great-red and Issei looked at each other. "What do you think? Do you want to?" Issei asked Great-red. "I don't mind," she replied, making Issei nod before he looked at Summer. "All right, we will do it. Although we are not food critics, so I hope you aren't expecting us to be able to distinguish ingredients and the like," Issei asked Summer. "Don't worry, you don't need to do that. Simply choosing which dish you believe tastes the best will do. But don't be biased simply because my daughter is cute. She does not like to receive free wins. She gets that from me," he smirked. "All right," they both responded. "Good. Now Tamako, you have 45 minutes to create the best dish you can for our two esteemed judges. You can use any ingredients you find in the kitchen as well as any you brought from home. He told his daughter, who nodded, showing she understood. All right, Daddy. Prepare yourself, because today is the day I beat you and be the first of all your kids to score a win from you, she boasted before making her way to the kitchen. I'm looking forward to it, Summer replied before he also made his way to the kitchen. The great thing about this restaurant is that the kitchen was placed directly in front of the dining room, so everyone had a front view seat at the spectacle that is going on in the kitchen. Everyone could see the little Tamako prepare all her ingredients beforehand. She then mirrored her father and tied her headband around her head, definitely her father's daughter. Both Summer and Tamako began cooking their dishes, with everyone in the dining room cheering solely for Tamako. Summer got a bit annoyed that no one seems to cheer for him, but then again, he understood why. It was the same thing when his other children challenged him. Even he silently cheered for them, since what father doesn't support their children? Issei and Great-red also cheered for her in their thoughts. She was just absolutely adorable and you could not help but cheer for her. More than that, as they witnessed her begin cooking, they could not believe the incredible amount of skill she seems to possess, and she was only 5 years old. Even Great-red couldn't help but admire her cooking skills. When she was 5 years old, she barely knew how to make eggs. Tamako was no doubt leagues above the children her age. Of course, what Issei and Great-red didn't know was that Tamako had inherited a certain ability from her mother, and that is the God's tongue. A superhuman ability that grants her an ultra-acute sense of taste. With it she is able to accurately identify any and all imperfections in her dish. With it, she can make sure that she will be able to present only the best dish possible. Truly an amazing ability to possess, especially in the culinary world. Forget kids her age, she is easily better than kids 3 times her age, and possibly even a few cooks. Eventually, the smell of both their dishes seemed to be carried throughout the diner, as it started to smell absolutely divine. Many of the customers started drooling. Issei's stomach couldn't help but growl in hunger once he smelled that. Now, he was glad he took up being a judge, since he would get to eat very delicious food. Eventually, the 45-minute mark had arrived, and both Summer and Tamako brought forth their dishes. They each prepared 2 portions. One for Issei and one for Great-red. First off was Tamako, who presented her ravioli dish. Here is my dish. It's called ravioli di aragosta. It's a dish inspired by my mom. I hope you enjoy it, she said with a precious smile. Everybody's heart couldn't help but melt at the sight. Great-red and Issei looked at her dish, and simply based on the smell, they knew it was going to be delicious. Well, let's dig in. Both of them took a bite, and immediately a burst of flavor hit their tongue. It was absolutely delicious. The flavors were all harmonious with each other. The pasta was cooked perfectly. Even Great-red, who had been to countless dinner parties, has never tasted such an amazing dish, and this was from a 5-year-old. It just goes to show you that the underworld still has much to learn from humanity. She wished she could hire her services and train the Gremuri cooks to cook like this. It's delicious. No 2 ways about it, Issei said as he continued devouring the dish. I couldn't agree more. You cooked the pasta to perfection. I dare say this is probably the best pasta dish I've ever eaten in my life, Great-red complimented Tamako's dish. Tamako couldn't help but smile before taking off her headband. Happy to serve, she said before looking towards her father boastfully. Today was the day she was going to win. Summer smiled and then made his way towards the judges, who had cleaned their plates. I believe now, it is my turn. Here is my dish. The transforming furigake Gohan Sama presented his dish. It did look stunning. However, Issei and Great-red couldn't help but notice that it doesn't really have the impact as his daughter's dish. Is there perhaps something more to the dish that they are not seeing? Also, what does he mean by transforming? Why is it called transforming furikage? Is something supposed to happen after we taste it? Issei asked. However, he received a smirk from Sama. Who said that my dish was complete? Sama then took out a bowl that contained what seemed to be yellow cubes. He then poured it on both their dishes and all of a sudden, the magic began. The yellow cubes suddenly melted throughout the dish and was absorbed by the chicken and rice. Their senses were suddenly overwhelmed by a delectable smell. Issei couldn't help but drool and Great-red couldn't help but wonder whether or not the man had cheated by using magic or not. All they knew is that they absolutely had to take a bite. They immediately started eating Sama's dish and they were absolutely blown away. LOL, if this were the anime, their clothes would burst from the impact. You can imagine that yourself if you want. Laughing smiley, the chicken was absolutely tender. The rice was cooked to perfection and yet they both seemed to balance each other, all thanks to those cubes that Sama had added. It was absolutely divine. In the blink of an eye, they had finished their bowls and seemed to look sad that their meal was gone. Now it was time to declare a winner, and as much as Issei and Great-red wanted to declare Tamako the winner, there was no doubt that although her dish was absolutely amazing, Sama's dish took it to the next level and surpassed hers by a mile. The combination of flavors and ingredients were harmonized and the dish itself was absolutely stunning. That is why they both immediately pointed towards Sama's dish, thereby declaring Sama to be the winner of this little contest. It would seem that I win again, my little angel. He smiled at Tamako, who seemed to be pouting at her defeat. She may have lost the match, but she had probably won everybody's hearts. With a sigh, she calmed down and took out a notepad. Her father did the same thing and they started scribbling something. I believe this is my 10th win, Tamako, he stated as he finished writing in his notepad before putting it away. His daughter did the same. She looked annoyed that she lost, but she wouldn't give up. She looked up defiantly at her father. I swear I'll win next time. I'll make sure to one day surpass you, she stated before rushing off to ponder on new dishes. Sama simply smiled as he followed the form of his daughter. I know you will, sweetie, he whispered before looking towards his esteemed judges. Well, let me thank you for going along with our little contest. I trust the food was satisfactory. Also, I promised that should you still remain hungry, I would cook you some more food. Free of charge as promised. What do you say? He inquired, but Issei and Great-red shook their heads. They ate more than enough food to fill their bellies. Technically, Issei could eat more, but he didn't want to take advantage of Sama's generous offer. His stomach was satisfied and it seems so was Great-red's, so there was no need for more food. It's all right. We both had more than enough food to satisfy us. It was absolutely delicious. Thank you very much. Issei thanked him for the delicious food they served. This time, it was Sama's turn to remove his headband in the same way as his daughter and said his signature phrase. Happy to serve. Now I better return to the kitchen before what? Sama felt a chill crawl down his spine as he heard a very familiar and frightening female voice behind him. He slowly turned around, praying to any deity that was listening that the person behind him was not who he knew it was going to be. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be, as he came face to face with the scariest woman on the face of this planet, his wife. There she was in all her beauty, Erina Nakiri or Erina Yukihira. Despite the fierce glare she was giving him, it did not subtract anything from her beauty. Hey there Erina, I didn't expect you to be back this early. Did you finish your errands? Summer was clearly sweating a lot after seeing his wife. Erina scoffed. I met your father on the way and with his help I was able to finish earlier than expected. Erina pointed behind her and sure enough, Summer saw his father waving at the poor boy. He remembered all the times he was in this situation with his late wife and boy was he scared. Hey Dad. Fancy seeing you here. Summer tried desperately to shift the conversation around but Erina was having none of that. Oh no you don't mister. Stop looking towards Summer for help. How many times have I told you that you need to be in the kitchen 24/7 especially on busy nights like this? I understand you like to talk with the customers Summer but as the head chef, you need to be in the kitchen directing the other chefs so our food is cooked to perfection and especially when I'm not here. You know this and yet you keep doing it. Erina criticized her husband with her glare still present causing Summer to sweat. He turned to his father asking for help with his gaze but Joykira shook his head. Sorry Squirt, I can't help you. I know from experience not to get in the way of a woman's scorn from your mother. Now, where is my precious granddaughter? Joykira chuckled at his son's predicament before leaving his son to his fate and searching for Tamako. Issei and Great-red also laughed at the spectacle in front of them. The same can be said for all the customers around them. All in all, they both had a pleasant time but it was time for them to leave, especially Great-red whose day off is about to end. As they were about to leave, Summer came by alongside his wife to give his goodbyes. Once again, I would like to thank you both for participating as judges in our little cooking contest and I hope your experience has been satisfactory. Summer smiled. Indeed, the food has been nothing but delicious. You can bet that I will be coming by again next time. Issei gave him a thumbs up which Summer reciprocated. Erina, however sighed. I apologize that the two of you got caught up in my husband's shenanigans but I would also like to thank you for judging my daughter's dishes fairly. She is a little too competitive. Something she got from her father. Erina stated. Ha ha ha, she sure did but I would say she also got that from her mother. Is that not right? Summer smirked at Erina causing her to smack the back of his head. There was also a blush on her cheeks as she couldn't really deny the accusation. She was as much competitive as her husband and still is. It was no issue whatsoever. We had a great time and experienced great food. I have to say that I haven't had this much fun at a restaurant in years. Great-red stated letting her know that it was no trouble at all. In that case, I won't take any more of your time. Besides, there are still a few customers to take care of so I will head back to the kitchen. Afterwards, you can close up Summer. Erina told her husband who nodded. Sure, no problem. He then gave her a quick kiss. Inside, you could hear Tamako going you when she spotted her parents kissing each other. This caused Joykiro to laugh as he remembered this exact scene when his boy used to see him and his wife kiss. Truly, like father like daughter. Erina then proceeded to return to her kitchen but not before waving goodbye to the two. All right, I guess we should head back as well. Thank you for the food. Issei thanked Summer for the food. It was our pleasure. You can come by any time with your girlfriend and we will be happy to serve you some more delicious food. Both Issei and Great-red blushed a crimson red at the statement. Wait, she is not my girlfriend. Issei tried to correct him while stuttering. Summer raised a brow. Oh, is that so? Well, you certainly do make for a great couple so I assumed otherwise. Summer smirked. Even though they say they aren't a couple, he could tell that they both shared feelings with one another, so it was probably only a matter of time until it happened. It was a similar situation between himself and his wife. Well, in any case, I bid you farewell and I look forward to the next time you come by. Have a pleasant evening, both of you. Summer waved the both of them goodbye before going back to his establishment. Issei and Grafia bid their own farewell and left. Issei took her back to the academy. By now it was closed, so there was no one there except most likely the student council president as well as Rias and their peerages. As they arrived, Grafia turned towards Issei. Thank you very much for showing me around Kyo, Issei. I really appreciate it. Grafia thanked him for spending the day with her and showing her around. Of course, it was my pleasure, Grafia. I hope I can take you out again for another time. Issei smiled towards Grafia, not realizing that he had technically asked her out on a date. Something Grafia clearly understood, if the blush on her cheeks were any indication. She decided to be bold. I would love that. Also, allow me to offer you a token of my appreciation. Grafia approached Issei and gave him a kiss in the cheek. There was no way in hell that Issei did not appreciate the gesture. If his tail was out, it would no doubt be swinging wildly right about now. He also needed to calm down because his instincts started flaring again, demanding him to claim the beauty in front of him. He could not deny that he felt affection towards the silver-haired beauty in front of him. Dragons were simple creatures that way. They knew what and who they liked immediately. For now, he needed to calm down. However, that does not mean that he could not return the gesture, which he assumed she wouldn't mind considering her recent actions. Which is why he decided to reciprocate her action with a kiss of his own on her cheek. They then slowly separated before glancing at one another. They seemed to be captivated by each other's gaze, unable to turn around. Before either of them knew, their faces started approaching until they both shared a kiss. The kiss lasted but a moment before Issei realized what he was doing and quickly separated himself before bowing in apology to Grafia. His face flushed a bright crimson. Damn his instincts. I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. Please forgive me. Issei apologized. With his head lowered, however, he could not see Grafia crimson blush of her own. It would be a lie if she said she did not enjoy it. It has been a very long time since she had developed any kind of feeling for another man, and it would seem that Issei Hyouda is slowly making his way into her heart. It's all right. You do not need to worry about it. Believe me, I would have stopped you if I didn't want it, Issei, and to be truthful, I enjoyed it, Grafia revealed, causing Issei to raise his head extremely fast and look at her in wonder. Really, Issei couldn't help but wonder if this meant that she may feel the same feelings as him. Indeed, she answered with a smile that took his breath away. She looked absolutely divine. For a moment, he lost control of himself as his tail suddenly materialized behind him and starting wagging in joy like a puppy. Luckily, they were alone and no one was around. Grafia say that and couldn't help but chuckle. Yufu, despite being an almighty dragon, he has some adorable sides to him, she thought to herself. Despite the fact that she would have wanted to spend more time with the man in front of her, she noticed that it was about time for her to return to the underworld and return to her maid duties. She slowly backed away and bowed gracefully. Thank you very much for accompanying me throughout the day, Issei. It has been quite a while since I was able to truly enjoy my time. For that, I thank you. Grafia thanked Issei for today. She had an amazing time, and to say anything otherwise would make her liar. It was my pleasure. Grafia-san. Issei lifted Grafia hand and kissed the back of it like a gentleman, despite the fact that his instincts were asking him to assault her, but he remained in control, somewhat. I also had a blast today, and I am happy to hear you were also able to enjoy it. I hope we can do this again someday. Issei hoped he would be able to spend more time with her. Grafia chuckled before answering, I'm sure that could be arranged. Until then, have a pleasant evening and good night. Issei-san. Grafia bid him good night. Have a good night, Grafia. Issei waved her goodbye before she teleported back home to the underworld. Issei could barely hold himself together as he couldn't believe how he was able to spend the day with Grafia. Today was amazing and he couldn't wait to see her again next time. Time to head home, I guess, he said out loud. Although thinking about home, that got his mind rolling. His parents and his mates will probably tease the crap out of him about his night out with the silver-haired beauty. Issei sighed and shrugged. After looking around and making sure no one was around, he teleported to his home. In an abandoned building on the outskirts of Ku, 3 people could be seen having a meeting with each other. One of which was covered in a cloak. The other was a priest based on his clothing, and the last one was a fallen angel with 10 wings coming from his back. Is everything ready yet? Said Kokabiel, who is revealed to be the fallen angel. Patience, Kokabiel, everything is moving along according to plan. Said Valpa Galilei with a smirk. I have everything ready on my end. All my pawns are ready for deployment. All we need now is to wait for the pieces to come into place, said the cloaked person with a jowly attitude. Speaking of which, what are the movements of the remaining Excalibur pieces? Asked an impatient Kokabiel. He has been waiting a long time for this and he couldn't wait any longer. Good news on that front. I've learned from my sources that Michael is sending 2 exorcists that hold Excalibur, Mimic and Destruction here to retrieve the ones we stole. Ha ha, how utterly foolish. I cannot believe he is only sending 2 weak exorcists against us, yet also being kind enough to bring the other pieces with them. They must severely be underestimating us if they are sending those 2. Does Michael not know by now that you are responsible for the theft? Valpa mocked the forces of heaven. Kokabiel smirked. Michael is just as much as a fool then as Azazel. He is too scared to send his forces here out of fear for starting another great war. If anything, I am thankful that he is delivering me the missing pieces that we need. With this, we will have 6 fragments. Speaking of which, how goes the search for the final piece, Doctor? Kokabiel looked towards the cloaked figure who was responsible for the search. Unfortunately, he did not receive the answer he wanted as the doctor shook his head. My apologies, however I wasn't able to find a single trace of Excalibur ruler anywhere despite searching literally everywhere. Either the final piece of Excalibur was truly destroyed or whoever has is doing an incredible job in hiding it. I can keep searching, but I cannot make any promises as to whether I'll find it or not. The cloaked figure suggested, however Kokabiel shook his head. No, forget about it. The fact that we will hold 6 of the 7 pieces is more than enough for our plan to succeed. Spreading our forces thin for a search that will not bear any fruit is pointless. Call the search off and start gathering all our forces. When are the 2 exorcists arriving? He inquired, looking at Valpa. They should arrive soon. Tomorrow or the day after at the latest based on my information. He answered, earning a demonic grin from Kokabiel. Perfect. Make sure to prepare by the time they arrive. How about you? How goes that little project of yours? Kokabiel shifted his attention to his other companion. It's going perfectly. Thanks to the materials that you have gifted me, I was able to create several magnificent specimens. Truly, only someone of my talents could have been able to achieve such a feat in a short amount of time. I should even be able to finish several others if you can spare a few men to help speed the process, the doctor stated. I can provide such assistance. I'll send a few of my men to help, Valpa offered. Much appreciated. That's settled. However, we still have one glaring issue to deal with. What do we do about that dragon? He will prove to be a massive thorn in our plans, Valpa asked his companions. Are you referring to the dragon we saw in the FNEX match? His cloaked companion asked, to which Valpa nodded. Indeed. Have you already grown cold feet, Valpa? Mocked Kokabel. Not at all. However, I would like for our plan to go through without a hitch, and that dragon is a cause for concern considering that he seems to be a part of the Gremory group. His power is tremendous, and no offense to you, Kokabel, however he may hold even greater power than you. Valpa explained his reasoning. You do not need to worry about that. I've already hired someone that will be able to deal with him. He seemed all too eager once I showed him his opponent. Smirked Kokabel as he mentioned that he had everything under control. He understood a bit where Valpa was coming from. Based on the video, this Issei Hiauda holds tremendous power, and even though he fancies him a battle junkie, he is no fool to not prepare. In any case, the preparations are in place. All we need now is to wait for these exorcists to arrive and we can begin the next phase. Make sure you both are ready. Both his companions nodded before they ended the meeting. They were all excited as their plan is finally coming into fruition. The three great factions will not be able to stop this, and Kokabel will finally be able to reach his goal. Another great war. Issei was heading back home still on cloud 9 over the events that occurred with Grafia. He could still remember the sensation of her lips over his, and it was amazing. He also couldn't help but recall how she looked. She was breathtakingly beautiful despite wearing only casual clothes. It was a wonder that he was able to restrain himself from not claiming her on the spot. Of course, he has been thinking that for every single one of his mates. Despite their date being cut short due to her time restraint on her day off, she did say that she wouldn't mind going out with him another time, and he was ecstatic about that. Issei had teleported to the front of his house, and he had no doubt his parents and probably Akeno, should she be there, would ask him about his day with Grafia. Two things are most likely to occur. The first is that they will congratulate him on his date with Grafia, which he appreciates, but then comes the second part, which will be the non-stop teasing that they usually do whenever he meets a potential mate. He sighed. Maybe they won't do it this time. He said out loud. Oh, who am I kidding? Hell will freeze over before that happens. He knew it was wishful thinking at best. Oh well, let's go face the music. He knocked on the door before entering his house. Hey Mom, Dad, I'm home, he said, making his presence known. Hey Issei, welcome back. His mother welcomed him back. Both Great-red and herself were watching TV. Great-red turned around and greeted his son. Welcome back, son, he greeted him with a wave of his hand. How was your day? Ophis asked. Issei then proceeded to explain the events that occurred today. Starting from Akeno's recent promotion, his newly acquired title, which his parents noticed was particularly enthusiastic about ending with his date with Grafia. Of course, his parents were entirely focused on that. When he finished retelling the story, Great-red couldn't help but smirk at the man. Well, it seems my boy has been busy. Already acquiring another mate. That's my boy. Great-red teased. I told you that he was interested in the silver-haired maid. added Ophis, who seemed to pat herself on the back for knowing this. Issei was of course blushing red when his parents teased him about his relationship with Graphia. They were of course proud of him. No need to be embarrassed, my boy. It's only natural that you would be attracted to other females. Akeno already gave you her blessings and so did we. Grinned Great-red at his son. Ophis nodded her head in agreement with her mate. Issei scratched the back of his head. I guess so. His father stepped forward and patted his son on the shoulder. In any case, it seems there is a lot to celebrate for. Tomorrow, why don't you invite Akeno and all your friends over after school? We will celebrate Akeno's promotion and you receiving a new title. Although I don't think your mother will ever stop calling you her Dragon Prince. He smirked, looking at his mate, who crossed her arms and looked to the side. Of course not, to me Issei will always be my little Dragon Prince and the name is fitting. Ophis pouted, which Great-red found adorable. I don't mind, but are you sure it's okay? Issei asked his father. Of course, it is. Besides, you have already revealed our existence to your friends, so it's all right to invite them over. However, if they do not feel comfortable coming over, then that is another matter entirely and we would understand. They were the two strongest beings in the universe, so it would make sense for Rias and her friends to feel a bit uncomfortable sharing living space with beings that could destroy the world with a snap of their fingers if they so wanted. Issei shook his head negatively. I'm sure they won't mind. The only person I think will probably be shaking in his pants is Matsuda, considering he found out he is trying to court the daughter of dragon gods. Issei chuckled as he recalled how Matsuda almost peed in his pants when he found out that his parents were dragon gods and that they considered Aisha their daughter. Ha ha ha. Indeed, our encounter with the young Red Dragon Emperor was very amusing. Great-red laughed as he recalled his first encounter with Matsuda. Anyways, tomorrow I'll let them know of your invitation and will let you know their answer. Issei let his father know. Very well. By the way, do you know when you will be spending more time with Graphia Lucifer? Issei shrugged his shoulders. Only time will tell, he said before heading off to bed. The next day, Issei woke up early in the morning and after having his breakfast headed to school. Since he was supposed to have lunch with Akeno in the Orc Club room, he would then notify them about his parents' invitation to all of them to celebrate Akeno's promotion and see if they would want to come. On the way to school, he met up with Rias, Matsuda, and Aisha, who had just left their home to head to school, so they all went together. The day went by normally and then lunch came by just as quickly. Immediately, Issei headed towards the Orc, where he was sure everyone was waiting on him. When he arrived at the front door, he knocked twice. Enter, he heard Ria's reply from behind the door. He did just as she said and entered the room. Hey, Issei, his mate, Akeno immediately greeted him before placing her arm around his own and leading him towards the couch. Issei smiled as he allowed her to drag him around. He was already used to this. Finally, we get to eat. I'm starving, complained Matsuda as he rubbed his stomach, eager to finally get something to eat. Koneko had already started munching on her food, clearly not patient enough to wait for the others. Very well, let's eat, Rias stated as they all took their seats and started eating. In the middle of their lunch, Issei decided it was time to ask them. Guys, I have something I would like to ask. He started with everyone looking at him. What is it, Issei-san? Asked Rias on behalf of everyone. Well, it is just that my parents will be holding a celebration both honoring Akeno's promotions as well as my new title given by the devils, and they wished to invite you all to dinner tonight. Issei invited them over as he awaited their answer. I see. Well, since your parents invited us, it would be rude of me not to accept, and I'm sure everyone wouldn't mind as well," she said, looking towards the rest of her peerage excluding Akeno and Aisha, who both didn't even need to be asked. "Of course, I don't mind," answered Kiba with a smile. Koneko simply nodded her head and she continued eating her food. Matsuda, although a bit reluctant considering his previous experience with Great-red, also accepted, praying that the two dragon gods won't grill him. "All right, in that case, I'll let them know and I'll see you all after school," he said with a happy smile, glad that they had accepted his parents' invitation. He immediately called them to notify them that all the orc will be joining them tonight, much to their delight. The rest of the day went by pretty fast. As the day came to an end, everyone met up by the school gate. Once they had gathered together, Issei led the way. As they walked, they discussed school and other small things. Eventually, they arrived at their destination. From an outside perspective, Rias appeared to be calm as usual, but on the inside, she was a bit nervous, and who could blame her? She was about to meet Issei's parents, who just happened to be the two most powerful beings in the universe. Beings who made her brother look insignificant compared to them. Therefore, she couldn't be blamed for being a bit nervous about meeting them for the first time. Looking at Koneko and Kiba, she could tell that they were also nervous like her. Koneko especially, since she could sense people's strength based on their presence due to being a Nekomata. She had been practically terrified of Issei, so she could imagine how scary it must be for her to meet his parents, who are stronger than him. Rias looked towards her rook and sure enough, she could see her hands trembling. She moved towards her and patted her head to hopefully reassure her a bit. Koneko looked up and saw her king's reassuring gaze, and slowly her trembling stopped, and Rias could have sworn she heard her mumble a thank you. The moment of truth came as Issei knocked on the door to announce their arrival. The door immediately opened to reveal Ophis, Issei's mother. All of a sudden, any tension between Rias, Kiba, and Koneko immediately turned into awe when they saw how beautiful Issei's mother looked. She looked like a goddess that had descended to earth from heaven. Rias couldn't believe it. Not to toot her own horn, but she had always known that she was beautiful. Her natural looks as well as her figure leave nothing to be desired. All the boys in her school were practically drooling over her and Akeno. The same could be said for so many of the male population in the underworld. However, all of that came crashing down when she looked at Ophis. How could someone be that beautiful? She had seen many beautiful people. Akeno, her mother, Graphia, and even Roigun are no doubt considered beautiful women that all men would kill to be able to spend a single night with. However, Ophis' beauty seems to outshine even theirs. It's no wonder Issei was able to keep his composure when they first met. When compared to the beauty of his mother, everyone else might as well seem average. Her pride has certainly taken a hit, and she only met the woman. Akeno, seeing her friend's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. It's been a while since she had seen an expression of shock coming from Rias. She would be sure to treasure it and hopefully tease the hell out of her. Seeing the group, Ophis greeted them. "Ah, you are here. Welcome to our home. Please come in." Ophis welcomed them in. This brought Rias back down to earth as she gave her own greeting. "Greetings to you, Ophis-sama. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. As you are probably aware, my name is Rias Gremory, and I thank you on behalf of myself and my peerage for inviting us to dinner." She bowed gracefully, making sure to give Ophis as much respect as she deserves. She wanted to make sure she didn't offend them. The last thing she wanted was to disrespect a dragon god and then the next day find the underworld gone. Wouldn't that be hilarious? You can just call me Ophis. No need for any formality. I don't really care much about them. Ophis said with a wave of her hand. I see. In that case, I will do so. Please allow me to introduce the members of my peerage. You already know of Akeno and Issei, so we can skip them. Akeno chuckled, but Rias ignored her for now. This is Kiba Yuato and he is my knight. She first introduced Kiba, who stepped forward. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. He greeted with a bow. Rias then moved towards Koneko. This is Koneko Tuya and she is the rook of my little family. She pointed towards her rook and simply waved nervously to the dragon goddess without saying a word, not because she didn't want to but because she was scared, which Rias noticed, so she decided to shift the attention towards her last remaining member. Finally, this is my beloved pawn, Matsuda Suzuki, whom I believe you have already met. He is the current wielder of the boosted gear which houses the Welsh dragon Drake. She introduced her pawn, who was also incredibly nervous but for a much different reason than Koneko. Damn it, she is so hot, he couldn't help but scream in his head. His eyes had no idea where to look. This woman was every pervert's dream made reality. Noticing his perverted stare caused both Rias and Issei to pout as they each pinched one of his arms, causing Matsuda to come back to reality. Ouch, it's nice to see you again, Miss Hyauda, he managed to say, causing Rias to massage her forehead. She really needed to teach Matsuda some form of etiquette. Ophis, on the hand, didn't really care much about it. Nice to see you as well. It's also nice to see you as well, Drake. It's been a while, stated Ophis as she looked towards Matsuda's arm where the boosted gear immediately materialized. It's a pleasure to see you as well, Ophis. I have to say, it is still a shock to me that you and Great-red have become mates given your history together. Chuckled Drake from within the boosted gear. Ophis joined him with a chuckle of her own. Indeed. It still shocks me to this very day, but fate seems to work in mysterious ways. In any case, please everyone come in and make yourselves at home. Dinner should be ready soon and my mate should be arriving any second now. She motioned everyone to follow. Once they made it to the living room, they could hear a door opening. Hey guys, I'm back, Great-red shouted as he entered from the garage door. Speak of the dragon, there he is. She pointed towards her mate who made his way towards them. Koneko, once again, could feel the raw power coming from him, and knowing that he was Great-red did not help to calm her nerves. Luckily, Rias was there to pat her head, letting her know that it was all right. Oi Baker-red, you need to rein in your aura. Can't you see you are scaring the little girl? Ophis scolded Great-red after seeing Koneko's reaction. Seeing this, Great-red scratched the back of his head. Oh sorry, my bad. I'm not used to doing that. Give me a moment quickly. Great-red concealed his aura, allowing Koneko to take a sigh of relief. He was still scary but not as terrifying as before. So, you must all be Issei's devil friends from his school. It's nice to meet you. I'm sure Issei already told you who I am, but let me introduce myself. I'm Great-red, the true dragon god and Issei's father. Pleasure to meet you. Great-red introduced himself boastfully. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rias Gremory and behind me are my peerage members Kiba, Koneko and Matsuda. You already know of Akeno and Issei, so no need for them. She reintroduced her peerage members to the dragon god. I see. Well, in any case, let's all start dinner and celebrate Akeno's promotion as well as Issei's new title. Great-red stated, immediately going to his seat. Forgive my dad, he is always like that. Issei sighed. Oh, don't worry about it. Everyone has their own quirks. Rias said, remembering her own brother and father. Hopefully, Issei will never see them calling her Riatan, or she will feel tremendously embarrassed. Phew, that they do, said Akeno, and she enveloped Issei's arm, bringing it into her chest, causing a blush to form on Issei. Well, we should go take a seat as well. Oh wait, I almost forgot to invite someone else. He separated himself from Akeno and went to the living room. Someone else? Aisha wondered who it could be. The answer came in the form of a blue dragon gate as a beautiful teal-haired woman came through the gate. It was Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon King. Thank you for the invite, Issei. Tiamat said with a smile. Well now, if it isn't Issei's second mate, Tiamat. Glad you could join us. Come and take a seat, we were about to eat. Stated Great-red with a grin. It's nice of you to come, Tiamat added. Ophis. The pleasure is all mine. Besides, there is no way I was going to miss celebrating Issei's new title. That is something every dragon celebrates in one form or another. Tiamat stated. Most certainly. Tanin and the other dragons will most certainly want to celebrate this occasion with you later on, Issei, so make sure to go see them. Great-red added. Issei responded with a nod. They all proceeded to take a seat as Ophis was busy finishing up her food. Aisha, Rias and Akeno decided to help as much as possible, which was appreciated by Ophis. There wasn't much left to be done, so they were able to finish very quickly. They distributed the food before taking their seats. Great-red decided to make a toast. Since we are ready, let's celebrate. Here's to Akeno's promotion to a mid-class, should have been high class, but whatever. Akeno chuckled at her uncle's joke, and to Issei's new title, which he so desperately wanted since he was a child. Dad, Issei shouted in embarrassment, making every laugh. Congratulations to the both of them. Cheers. Great-red ignored his son as he finished his toast. Cheers, everyone responded before they began eating and sharing stories. Rias and the gang had a bunch of laughs when they heard Ophis call Great-red Baker-red. The strongest being in existence being called an idiot was funny. After they finished eating, Great-red wanted to take some pictures to commemorate the occasion. He took pictures of Akeno by herself, followed by Akeno with Rias as they were best friends, then one with everyone of the peerage within it, including his adorable daughter Aisha. For extra fun, he took a picture of Aisha and Matsuda, noticing her blush as she was near her crush. He better not break her heart or I will literally rain hell down on him, thought Great-red, causing a massive shiver down Matsuda's spine. Afterwards, he took the pictures he really wanted. He took one of Issei alongside his first mate Akeno, followed by Issei with Tiamat, and then one with both of them. One on each of his arm. Heck, they took one with the entire family, because why not? All in all, they had a blast, and even Rias was surprised that despite being in the presence of the two dragon gods, they were able to have an amazing day. The time seemed to have gone by pretty fast as evening hit and it was time for everyone to go back home. Issei decided that he would sleep at Akeno's place to celebrate the occasion with her. Tiamat, of course, decided to join them with their permission. It didn't take a genius to figure out what those three would be doing all night long, considering their expressions, much to the jealousy of Matsuda. Thank you very much for the wonderful dinner. I can speak for everyone when I say that this has been a pleasant evening. Rias bowed as she expressed her gratitude towards Issei's parent for the wonderful night. It was our pleasure. Feel free to drop by any time you wish. Any friend of Issei is always welcomed through our doors, replied Ophis. What my mate said, added Great-red, not seeing much to add before wishing them all a good night. The group then all left their own ways with Matsuda, Ryas and Aisha heading to Matsuda's place. Koniko and Kiba going back to their home, and of course Issei, Akeno and Tiamat heading to Akeno's home. After they left, Great-red and Ophis returned to their living room. "So what did you think of the evening?" Great-red stated as he looked in a particular direction before snapping his fingers. The space where he was looking at started to shift as slowly a person figure started taking shape. Barakiel. Indeed, the person revealed was in fact the fallen angel Kada as well as Akeno's father Barakiel. It turns out that he had been there the entire time spectating the celebration thanks to Great-red's power. "I'm still shocked that no one was able to notice me, including Issei-san," Barakiel stated, still at awe with Great-red's ability. "Ha ha ha, he still needs a couple of more years in order to be able to see through my illusions." Great-red laughed with pride. The ability that he had used to basically erase Barakiel's presence was an advanced version of his illusion ability, but also his ability to interfere with reality. If he had simply used his illusions to hide Barakiel, he had no doubt Issei would have been able to see through it, so he had to get a little more creative with his concealment. In the end, it seemed to have been able to fool even Issei's enhanced senses from being able to perceive the fact that his uncle was among them the entire time. "I see. In any case, I cannot thank you enough for giving me this opportunity to be able to spend time with my daughter even if she couldn't see me." Barakiel thanked Great-red and Ophis from the bottom of his heart. They all knew that Akeno's heart still wasn't ready to face her father, so this was the best solution they could come up with that would have allowed Barakiel to have come here. "It's our pleasure. Besides, I wasn't going to allow you to skip your daughter's celebration as well as my own son, my friend." Great-red patted Barakiel on the back. "Thank you. Speaking of Issei, he has finally obtained a new title just like he wanted. I remember when he was a child how much he wanted to receive a cool one like his parents. He was absolutely adorable." Barakiel laughed. "Yeah, you should have seen him. He really wanted a badass title. Have to hand it to those devils, they may be annoying but they came up with an amazing title." Great-red complimented the devils on their naming sense, making Barakiel nod. "The Crimson Calamity Dragon is indeed a fearsome name. It has already spread in Grigory as well. I'm sure a lot of people had watched the beatdown Issei gave to that Phoenix boy, which would raise his notoriety as well. I can tell you that Valley is extremely excited to face him in combat should she be given the chance," Barakiel stated. "Who is Valley? I don't recall a fallen angel having that name," asked Ophis. "She isn't a fallen angel. Valley is the current White Dragon Empress of this generation. She was picked up by Azazel and has been living in Grigory for a few years. Azazel believes that with her talent and power, she will become the strongest White Dragon Empress in all of history," Barakiel explained. Great-red whistled. "I see. So Albion's wielder this time is a female, and from the sound of it a pretty strong one. Drake's host better get stronger, otherwise he will lose to her. Knowing Issei, he will train him to the best of his ability," Great-red stated. "So the previous White Dragon Emperor has passed away, huh?" Ophis' mind wandered toward the previous White Dragon Emperor. He had been one of the strong ones she had managed to recruit to the Chaos Brigade. However, unlike the other members who only joined to receive her power, he did it to fight. He also was the only one who actually tried to initiate conversation with her, and someone who was actually tolerable compared to people like the old Mao faction. It's a shame to hear he has passed away, but based on his personality, he must have been happy to have died in battle. Or at least, that is how she assumed he died. You knew the previous White Dragon Emperor? Asked a surprised Barakiel. Ophis nodded. He was someone I had managed to recruit to Chaos Brigade back when I was still its leader. I looked for strong people in order to defeat this baker here. He was one of the most promising prospects, and from what I could tell, he was strong. I'm surprised to hear he has been killed in battle, Ophis stated. You will never stop calling me that, will you? Great-red tilted his head down and sighed. Anyways, I wanted to give these to you, Barakiel. Great-red took out a few pictures and handed them to Barakiel, who grabbed them. Took quite a few pictures to commemorate the event, and I made sure to make a few extra for you. Barakiel looked at the pictures of Akeno with a smile. Thank you. I appreciate it. It amazes me how much Akeno has grown into a fine woman. She looks exactly like Shuri. A tear escaped his eye as he recalled his late wife. I'm sure if Shuri were with us, she would be extremely proud of you both, and I know she is waiting impatiently for the day the two of you reconcile and become a proper family again. Ophis said as she patted his shoulder with as much comfort as she could. Thank you, he smiled before Barakiel saw Great-red take what seemed to be another picture out to hand over to him. Here, I made this picture myself. It doesn't make up for the real thing, but... Barakiel couldn't even hear the rest of what his friend said as he stared in awe at the picture given to him by Great-red. It was a picture of Akeno, however, it was the person behind her that made tears flow down his face. It was Shuri, his wife, dressed in her usual kimono, wearing an extremely happy expression alongside himself, who was standing right beside her. Her smile, heavens above, how much he missed seeing that wonderful smile of hers that always welcomed him home. He misses her every day, and he had no doubt that she would be filled with nothing but pride at how Akeno had turned out. Barakiel wiped his tears away. Thank you very much, my friend. This is the best gift I could ever receive. Thank you. He bowed at Great-red, who smiled. It's my pleasure, Barakiel. Now, since the kids have gone out, how about we do our own celebration? I have saved the best sake in the fridge. Let's drink to our children's future, Great-red boasted as he made his way into the kitchen. Sure. Barakiel followed him, with Ophis joining them as well. All in all, it was a wonderful night for everyone. The following day, when everyone met in the Orc, Rias told everyone that it was time to clean the old school building, which is why Rias decided to shift the location of their usual meeting. Instead of having it at school, she decided to have it at Matsuda's place while the cleaners did their job. She had already received permission from his mother Chilia when she slept over yesterday at his place. No one seemed to have any issues with that, so they all made their way to Matsuda's house. Once they arrived, Chilia greeted them as they all made themselves comfortable in the living room. A few minutes later, Chilia came back holding what appears to be a photo album. Since you are all here, I thought I would show you guys pictures from my little Matsuda's past. Chilia smiled and revealed that it was in fact pictures of him, much to his dread. The girls were extremely excited to see that. Here's a picture of Matsuda-kun when he was in kindergarten. Chilia showed the picture of a little Matsuda, playing with cubes. Ara, he does seem adorable in that picture, Akeno chuckled. His mother then moved to his baby pictures, where Rias and Aisha couldn't help but gush at how cute he looked. Matsuda looked very embarrassed that his own mother showed Rias and Aisha so many pictures of him, but he didn't want to say anything because it looked like the two girls were enjoying themselves, much to his surprise. He had no idea why they would go crazy over his baby pictures. You wouldn't understand, they both stated. Why me? He cried, animates. Issei simply patted him on the back. Don't worry too much about it. Look on the bright side, it could have been worse. Just as Issei said that. Oh, this is when Matsuda-kun ran away from a spider that accidentally fell on him. His mother started showing even worse embarrassing photos of him. Even Koneko seemed to be interested in them. Matsuda's senpai embarrassing past. You can't look, Koneko-chan, please. Matsuda looked like he wanted to die. So much for looking on the bright side, but it was still very entertaining for Issei. Kiba also at one point went to look at the album. Oh hell no, pretty boy, you don't get to look. Matsuda tried to take away the album from Kiba's hands, but he dodges it smoothly. Ha ha ha, don't be so mean, Matsuda-kun. We are all friends here. Kiba chuckled. Matsuda, once more, dived in to try and take the album away, but Kiba simply dodges each and every attempt. Damn it, stop dodging, you crazy bastard. Why can't I catch you even after all that hellish training with Issei? Matsuda cursed at the difference in skill between the two of them. Guess I have to increase your training, Matsuda. Issei smirked, causing Matsuda's psyche to crack. No, he yelled, remembering all the hell he had gone through previously. While Matsuda was contemplating where his life had gone wrong, Kiba had reached a particular and suddenly his expression shifted. Hey Matsuda-kun, do you remember this by any chance? Kiba asked his fellow pawn with a serious expression that Matsuda had never seen on him before. Matsuda looked at the picture Kiba was staring at. Oh, I recognize this. This used to be the house of my old friend. We used to be neighbors. He and I used to play a lot of games together, mostly pretending to be heroes. Matsuda recalled. The picture was taken during his time in kindergarten when he was playing with his friend at his parents' place. Unfortunately, due to his parents' job, he had to move away, and that was the last time he had seen him. Why the sudden interest, he couldn't help but ask. Kiba then pointed toward the sword that was hanging by the chimney. Do you remember this sword? He asked, his tone becoming a little more sinister. Not really. I think Rin's father collected sword relics, but other than that I'm not too sure. I only cared about spending time with Rin, Matsuda stated. Phew, so these kinds of things do happen. To find it in the most unexpected place. Kiba laughed to himself, but his eyes carried a lot of hatred which made Matsuda shiver as Kiba turned his stare toward him. That is a holy sword, Matsuda-kun, and the reason for my existence. In an abandoned building, the two exorcists have finally entered Kokabile Valpa informed his superior, who chuckled maliciously. That is great to hear. This means it's time to enact the plan. Are all of you ready? Kokabile asked his colleagues, who nodded. Then, let's begin the show. The following day, the orc members could be spotted playing baseball in the backyard of the old school building. The dull clanging could be heard as Issei smashed the baseball away with his bat. I got it, Matsuda screamed as he chased the ball until he caught it with his gloved hand. Great work, Matsuda-kun. Ryas smiled at him, making Matsuda raise his hands in triumph. The reason they were practicing was due to the fact that next week was Kua's Academy Ball Tournament. This is an event that featured all ball-related sports such as baseball, soccer, basketball and so on. These matches include contests between each classes, genders and of course clubs. Apparently, even if you did not belong to a sports club, it was mandatory to at least participate in the club event, which is why the orc were currently practicing. What sport each club was going to be playing would only be announced during the day of the event, which is why the club members were now practicing each sport. At the moment, they were practicing baseball, but before they had been practicing soccer and badminton. Until the event, they would be practicing each sport until they at least get the fundamentals correctly. As devils, they already possessed a massive advantage over the humans due to the fact that they were stronger. That is why they will have to hold back when facing humans. Of course, when facing each other, they will not need to hold back. You need to run faster, Matsuda-kun, or else you will not be able to keep up in individualist events, Rias instructed. Although they were not obligated to participate in the individual sports, Rias insisted that they should participate since it is part of their school experience. Why do we have to practice for individual events? We already know who is going to win them. Matsuda panted heavily from fatigue as he stared at Issei. You never know what is going to happen, so you should not give up even against a stronger opponent. What happened to all that courage you had to face Rise of Next? Matsuda smirked Issei as he teased Matsuda, who simply snorted. Besides, I won't be participating in many events, Issei revealed, which shocked Matsuda. How come? With your skill even, you could easily win all of them despite holding back. Issei smiled. Yes, and that's exactly the problem. The student council president actually visited me the other to ask that I minimize the amount of activities I partake. Sana visited you. Rias was surprised that her friend did so. Yes. Apparently, she noticed that there were not as many participants as usual in the individual events compared to the previous years. She found out from her members that a lot of students, specifically the male portion, are reluctant to participate in the solo events because they would just get obliterated by me apparently. That is why I have decided to partake in a maximum of 3 events. Issei explained. He left out the bit where Sana told him that most of the female students also did not want to participate just to be able to cheer for their 2 princes. I'm surprised Sana Kai-shou asked a student to forego participation in a student event. Never thought I'd see the day, Fufue Keno chuckled. Yes, but I can see why she would do it. Sana simply wants to ensure that every student gets the opportunity to enjoy their high school experience to the fullest before she graduates. Explained Rias. How ironic for a devil, chuckled Issei. Maybe so, but that's just the way she is. Anyways, let's get back to practice. Koneko-chan, it's your turn to bat. Yes, Buchao. Koneko nodded in the affirmative and smashed the ball in the air. Based on its trajectory, it was heading for Yuato. Oi, Kiba, the ball is heading your way. Catch it, Matsuda shouted at his teammate. With his reflexes, everyone expected him to easily catch the ball, so imagine their surprise when the Kiba got hit without even reacting. Clang. Kiba, what's the matter with you? How the heck were you not able to catch that? Shouted a bewildered Matsuda. You could tell from everyone's expression that they were thinking the same thing. Kiba looked at the ball with a puzzled expression. Please excuse me, I wasn't paying attention, he replied before grabbing the ball and passing it to Rias. Kiba, what's the matter? You've been acting very strange lately. Rias asked, very worried for her knight's behavior. Ever since they came back from Matsuda's place, Kiba has been acting differently. He seemed to space out at times and sometimes doesn't even interact with any of them. Issei raised a brow, wondering what was going on with the blonde-haired knight. Does this have to do with the photo he saw within Matsuda's photo book? Issei wondered. When Kiba had discovered a picture of what seemed to be a holy sword, his expression immediately changed into one of rage. He would have to ask Rias about this later. I'm sorry, he heard Kiba state as he bowed towards his king. He seemed sincere, so Rias let it go, for now. Very well. However, please focus from here on out, Kiba. There isn't much time until the ball tournament begins, so we need to practice as much as we can so that we can win it all," Rias stated, her eyes flaring with determination. "Phew, you are so serious," Bachao chuckled Akeno. "I hope she didn't forget that we are supposed to hold back against other students," whispered Issei to his girlfriend. Ever since her loss to Rise of Nex, she started taking all different kinds of matches a lot more seriously. That loss truly shook her to her core, and if it wasn't for Issei's interference, her life would have pretty much been over. I'm sure she didn't, but she is very serious about winning it all. Devils in general still hate to lose, and Rias Bachao is no different, Akeno replied, amused by her king's behavior. I see. Issei understood the feeling of hating to lose. Hey guys, how is everyone doing? They all heard someone calling out to them. They turned to notice it was Saji, who was accompanied by his king and her peerage. We are doing practicing for the ball tournament, as you can see. Better make your peace because we are going to win it all, smirked Matsuda, absolutely confident in their victory. Oh yeah, well, tough luck because it is our team that is going to win, rebuked Saji. No, we will. No, we will. Both Matsuda and Saji started butting heads over which team would win, causing Sana to sigh at her pawn's behavior while Rias simply chuckled. My apologies for his behavior. Saji can get quite excited over mundane things. Sana apologized on her pawn's behalf. It's no trouble. In fact, it's a great attitude to possess. However, don't think it means we will hold back against you, Rias stated. I don't expect anything less than your best, Rias. Sana responded as she lifted her glasses a tiny bit. We might not win the team battle due to your recent addition. Sana looked towards Issei, who smiled at her, understanding she meant him. However, expect a challenge in the individual matches. I still have to repay from last year's defeat, Sana stated, causing Rias to chuckle. Oh my, still bitter about losing to me in the finals of last year's tennis game. Well, I am sorry to say that I will win it all once again. Rias smirked, embroiled by Sana's challenge. We will see. Sparks could be seen flying between the two kings. I didn't know that the student council president held such provocation. Didn't take her for the boastful type. Issei once again whispered to Akeno. Don't let her appearance fool you. Sana Kai-chao may be a calm individual, but she also hates to lose. A characteristic she shares with our king. I can see that. After challenges had been set, Sana returned with her peerage. With the sun starting to set, Rias decided to call it a day and sent everyone back home. The following days were spent practicing as many games as possible until the day of the event arrived. As everyone had probably expected, Issei took first place in any sport he took part in, which included the club-based event. The real entertaining match to watch turned out to be the finals of the women tennis sport, where Sana faced Rias in a crazy one-on-one match that defied expectations. Since they faced one another, they didn't need to hold back much, but just enough to not expose their inhuman speed, at least by human standards. However, honestly, all the stupid body were so focused on their idols that they could practically break the sound barrier, and no one would bat an eyebrow at this. Everyone was practically cheering the two of them. It was funny to watch both Saji and Matsuda cheering for their respective king, with Saji waving a flag that sported the student council logo. In the end, it turned out to be a very close game where Rias had managed to take the victory 7-6 in a tiebreaker, giving her first place with Sana just behind her. Despite all this excitement, there was one thing that caught Issei's eye, or rather someone's behavior. It was Kiba. Throughout the entire event, Kiba was not acting like himself. Most of the time, during their events, he practically stood there as though he was in a trance. Matsuda had to constantly shout at him to wake him up. At some point Rias became quite angry at her knight, and once the event was over, she practically slapped him in the face. Kiba was unresponsive at all, which unnerved Rias even more. For Issei, Matsuda and Aisha, this was something they had never expected to see coming from Kiba. Certainly, he was a small of few words, but his behavior lately had shifted considerably from his usual self. A bit worried, Issei walked towards Rias in hopes of finding out what was going on. Rias, do you know what is going on with Kiba? Ever since we left Matsuda's place, he has not been acting like his usual self lately. Matsuda quickly joined in as well. Yeah. What's up with Kiba? The moment he looked at the sword hanged on Rinsan's place, his expression shifted. Matsuda shivered as he recalled the hateful glare coming from Kiba when he spotted the blade in the photo. Rias sighed as she knew she had to explain Kiba's origins. Let's move the Orc Club room. I'll explain everything there. The group then made their way back towards their club room, where Rias took her seat while the rest of them, minus Kiba who had taken off earlier, each took their respective seats. So, are you going to tell us what's the matter with Kiba? Matsuda asked his king, worried about his teammate. Rias nodded. I will. This is something that I was going to reveal to you guys anyways, although I would have liked to do it with Kiba's consent. It seems the circumstances will not allow it. Rias sighed before she continued. In order for you to better understand Kiba's current behavior, I have to divulge into Kiba's past. You see, before becoming a member of my peerage, Kiba used to be part of a secret research known as the Holy Sword Project. Matsuda had question marks floating over his head as he had no idea what that was, which is normal since he is relatively new to the supernatural world. Rias looked towards Issei and Aisha. Have you heard about it? Issei unfortunately shook his head negatively. Considering it was a secret project, it would have been weird for dragons to have known about it. The surprise answer, however, came from Aisha. No, I think I did hear about it. That came as a shock to Rias. You did? She inquired with Aisha nervously nodding her head. Why yes, but it was only small bits, as some of the priests that came over discussed it, so I do not know much, only that it exists. Aisha revealed that although she may have heard of it, she didn't know what it entails. I see. In that case, let me brief you a bit. The Holy Sword Project was a secret project performed by the Catholic Church with the purpose of artificially produce holy sword wielders that would be able to wield one of the two holy swords from the legendary King Arthur himself, the Holy Sword Excalibur. Issei recognized the name of that blade. The Holy Sword Excalibur. Wasn't that sword destroyed in the past? I think I heard Tanin mention this once to me. Issei asked. Rias nodded to his inquiry. You are correct, Issei. During the Great War, the sword was used to slay many of my kind. However, during a battle, it was shattered into pieces. The sword pieces were then remade into the 7 pieces of Excalibur, which was distributed amongst the Heaven factions. Unfortunately, there weren't many who were able to wield the Holy Blade, even though it was only a piece, which is why the Holy Sword Project came into fruition. However, this project was anything but holy. They gathered young talented children from various orphanages around Italy, and they had been the subjects of various inhumane experiments. Kiba was one of these orphans. Aisha covered her mouth in shock and horror to hear that the church could be responsible for such horrible things. Matsuda and Issei clenched their fists in anger. And the forces of heaven allowed this to happen, growled Issei. Please calm down, Issei. From what I know, no one knew of the horrible experiments that were going on. That was why it was a secret project. Anyways, according to Kibar, day after day, the children gathered would be subjected to inhuman experiments. As they were continued to be experimented on, the scientists tried to find the component that allowed humans to wield holy swords, as the children chose to believe that they would be able to become special beings and use holy swords. However, after continuous experimentation, the project was ruled a failure due to not being able to produce holy sword wielders, and the children were ordered to be disposed of. She stated the horrific truth. What? How could they kill innocent children? Said Matsuda in an outrage. It can't be. How could those who serve the Lord possibly be involved in such acts? Issei could be seen crying, not believing that the church could do such an atrocity. Issei was doing better than Matsuda at holding his rage, but it was very clear how angry he looked. From what I know, they tried to use poison to kill everyone. Then when one of the researchers opened the door to see if the children were killed, Kibar's friends attacked them, shouting at Kibar to run away since he was the least affected by the poison. Unfortunately, Kibar inevitably succumbed to the poison, and that was when I found him and turned him into my knight. Since that day, he had slowly begun recuperating from his loss. However, he absolutely despises holy swords, as it was due to them that the Holy Sword Project was ever created, and had lost all his friends. Just the mere mention or sight of one reverts him into a vengeful state. She finished retelling Kibar's past. Damn it, I can't believe Kibar had to go through that. I'm still shocked, Issei muttered as her arms shook. Issei just remained silent as he took on the new information he received. More than anyone, he understood the pain of losing someone very precious to you. He had lost his Aunt Shuri and also believed he had lost Akeno for almost 10 years until they reunited. He might have gone a very dark path if it weren't for his family who stood by him, and he was able to move on. Unfortunately, despite receiving the help and care of Rias and everyone, it would seem that Kibar is unable to move on, as vengeance is slowly consuming him. Issei-san, are you all right? Issei touched his head, waking him up from his thoughts. Yes, I am fine. Just processing the news we learned. He smiled as he patted his little sister's head. I understand. I still cannot believe that the church would condone such an experiment. When I think back to all the kind sisters that I used to work with, I cannot imagine them ever accepting such a thing. Issei stated. There are two sides to every faction, Issei. Not everything is black and white. Issei replied. The hearts of human especially embody that aspect. I agree with you on that point, Issei. Anyways, with any luck Kibar should be back to his old self pretty soon. Rias pointed out. I hope so. It's unnerving to see pretty boy act so different than I am used to. Matsuda mentioned his opinion. Phew, I'm sure he will be back to his old self soon. Akeno chuckled. Koneko simply nodded as she started eating her snacks. Issei simply nodded. However, for some reason, a part of him did not believe things were going to be so easy. The following day, both Issei and Issei got ready to head to school. They had just eaten breakfast where they had spotted a note from Ophis stating that she would be visiting a friend at Tanin's territory that had just given birth to a couple of hatchlings, so she won't be back for the next few days. Good morning to you both. Both turned to find Great-red walking down the stairs. Good morning, Dad. Issei returned the greeting. Good morning. Ata-san greeted Issei as well with a smile. You both heading to school? Great-red nod, and he received his answer in the form of Issei's nod. Yeah, by the way, did you see the note Mom left? Issei pointed towards the note sitting on the kitchen desk. Yeah, she already told me this morning. The note was left to notify the two of you of her whereabouts, Great-red explained. I see. By the way, I will also be heading out for a couple of days. Their father informed the two of them. Where are you heading off to? Issei inquired with a raise of his brow. To the dimensional gap, answered his father. Why are you heading there? Issei couldn't help but ask. 2 reasons. The first one is that the dimensional gap is the only place where I can perform my amazing stunts without your mother constantly nagging at me to stop. Issei couldn't help but laugh. Even after all these years together, his mother hated all the antics his father did, and he was sure that this was one thing that would continue on until the end of their existence. Yeah, keep laughing, see where that will get you. Anyways, the second reason is just to help keep the dimensional gap stable. Great-red stated his second reason, and that caught Issei's attention. Seriously? I didn't know that. Well, according to Barakiel, Azazel believes that the reason the dimensional gap has remained stable after all this time was the fact that it always had either Ophis or I living in it. That's why your mother and I spend some time in the dimensional gap just in case what Azazel said was true. Besides, that place is also our home and the place where you were born, so it brings back great memories for the both of us. Great-red smirked as he patted his son's head. I see. Well, in any case, we are off to school. We'll see you when you get back then. Issei bid his father goodbye, which he reciprocated. See you later, son. Oh, Aisha-chan, feel free to stay with the Red Dragon Emperor if you'd like. Great-red then patted his daughter's head as he teased her about her crush, which caused her to blush. Hi. See you later, Ata-san. She also bid him farewell before Great-red disappeared in a flash of red. All right, let's go, Aisha. Issei opened the door and started heading to school. Yes, Issei-san, Aisha replied as she followed her brother to school. When school finished, Issei, Matsuda and Aisha headed towards Matsuda's place. Aisha was going to stay over at her crush place while Issei decided to drop her off before he would head off and spend time with Tiamat, since he had promised her to take her on a date. Maybe he should take both Tiamat and Akeno if they didn't mind. His mind also wandered towards Graphia and remembered the time they spent together. I can't believe Motoama spreads those crazy rumors about me. Issei's thoughts were interrupted by Matsuda's rant. You are still upset about that? Issei sighed. Of course I am. Everyone in school now thinks that I blackmailed the entire club room to become my playthings. Already, I had all the girls on my back, but now they are constantly chasing me, wanting to kill me. There were so many times I thought I was going to die from the kendo girls. Matsuda shivered as he recalled the murderous glare the kendo girls were giving him as they chased him around school. He had been caught multiple times and bashed to death. Although, it didn't really do a lot of physical damage considering how much he trained, it still hurt. Not sure why you are complaining. Wasn't it your dream to be chased by girls? He smirked as he teased Matsuda. Matsuda glared at him. Not like that, and you know it, he shouted. Calm down, I was just teasing. In any case, the fact that you were not able to escape a bunch of students proves that you need more training. I will have to increase it soon. Oh hell no. The training is gruesome as hell already, I don't need any additional stuff. Can't you do something else? Pleaded Matsuda. Sure, I could always ask Tiamat to train you instead of me. I'm sure she'll go more easy on you than me. No, I don't want to die. Tiamat would for sure murder Matsuda and just call it an accident. What's worse is that Issei is dating her, so the worst she would get is a slap on the ass at best, and Tiamat would probably enjoy that. I'm kidding. I don't want Rias or Aisha-chan berating me for allowing their precious Matsuda being killed by my mate. Chuckled Issei. Issei-san. Aisha turned crimson. Speaking of training, Aisha, how are you doing with yours? Issei had engaged Aisha in being able to train her dragon powers. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about fairy dragons and how he should train her, which is why he had to ask his sensei Tanin as well as Tiamat for advice. They said that since she never used her powers, having hidden it from everyone else, it would be best if she started with the basic. She needs to be able to feel her abilities and let it come naturally. Luckily, thanks to her Twilight Healing, which has a similar function to a fairy dragon healing ability, so she should be able to learn it pretty fast if she trains diligently. On top of that, Issei is training her to mastering partial transformation. Back during the mountain training, Aisha was able to transform her fingers into claws when climbing the mountain. However, due to time constraints, they were not able to develop her powers further than that. If she had been able to master partial transformation, her defenses would have skyrocketed and she would not have been retired by the enemy's attack last time. If anything, she could have served as a partial rook, being able to tank hits for Rias. Although, Issei doubts that Rias would even allow her to do so, since she is too kind-hearted to allow anyone to take a hit for her. Or maybe it's pride. Who knows? It's going alright, Issei-san. It took a little while to get used to it, but I was able to conjure a bit of my latent power, although it is not much. Aisha looked around to make sure nobody was in the vicinity before she brought out her hand. A small spark of light started gathering in the palm of her hand before it disappeared. Wow, that's amazing, Aisha-chan. I can't believe you were able to activate your powers. It's so cool. Aisha blushed at Matsuda's compliment. Thank you, but I wish I could have done better. Het tone indicated that Aisha was disappointed at her progress. She then felt someone pat her head, looking up to reveal it was Issei, who was smiling at her. You should not feel disappointed at the amount of progress you have made, Aisha. The fact that you were able to even be able to tap and activate your abilities in such a short amount of time, despite the fact that you had never in all your years even attempted to do, speaks volumes about your progress. I doubt anyone in your situation would have been able to achieve what you have been able to do. It took me years to develop my abilities into what they are now, so you should not dissuade yourself into thinking you haven't accomplished much, which is far from the truth. I am extremely proud at your progress, which is what I expected from my little sister. Issei complimented Aisha, who was stuttering nervously at the amount of praise coming from her brother. I agree with Issei-san, Aisha-chan. Your progress is amazing, and unlike me, who has to go through hellish training just to increase the amount of boosts I can use for the boosted gears, and I have yet to achieve my balance breaker. Yet, you were able to activate a dormant ability you have never used since birth. You are a genius in that sense, Aisha-chan. I am kind of jealous. Matsuda scratched his head as he both complimented her abilities and underrated his own. This, however, got him a smack in the back of the head by Issei. Ow, what the heck was that for? Complained Matsuda as he rubbed the back of his head. That is for berating your progress. Don't sell yourself short on the amount of progress you made, you idiot. But it's true that despite everything, I still haven't been able to achieve balance breaker. According to Drake, I am the weakest red dragon emperor of all time. Hell, apparently even a 12-year-old previous owner of the boosted gear was able to achieve Juggernaut drive at his age, compared to me, who can even activate balance breaker yet. I am nothing compared to the strongest users of the boosted gear. Matsuda complained, and yet, those same strongest users died to the Juggernaut drive. There is no point to strength if you do not survive at the end of the day. Plus, the Juggernaut drive is a cursed power, one that you should never even attempt Matsuda to wield. While it does give you the power of a heavenly dragon, it will cause you to go berserk and die soon after. All those strongest users you talk about had, in the end, succumbed to the influence of the drive, which turned them into nothing more than engines of destructions. We are training so you can get stronger without relying on such an unstable power. Through your hard work and determination, you will rise from the weakest user to become the strongest Red Dragon Emperor of all time. I have faith in you, as I'm sure everyone else is. Didn't you promise Rias that you would become stronger so that you could protect her? Didn't you do the same for Aisha and everyone else? Voiced Issei. He is right, partner. Just because you are the weakest does not mean you cannot accomplish great things. If anything, because you are the weakest wielder, it also means you have the greatest potential out of everyone to rise above everyone else. Do not doubt yourself, partner. You are this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, and I know you will defy everyone's expectations. Drake stated in his thoughts. Matsuda himself couldn't help but be bashful with both Issei's and Drake's belief in him. He honestly didn't know what to say other than show his appreciation. Thanks for believing in me. Why, you are right. I did promise Bachao that I would become stronger so that she never has to cry again. I will become stronger and be worthy of the boosted gear. Matsuda pumped his fists in the air. That's the spirit. Anyways, we've arrived at your place, so let's. Issei's instincts suddenly alerted him of an unknown sensation coming from inside Matsuda's place, causing him to hold back both Matsuda and Aisha, who were shocked by his movement. Hey bro, what's the matter? Why did you stop us so suddenly? I almost fell on my ass. Matsuda complained. Aisha, on the other hand, looked worried. One look at her brother's expression and she immediately knew something was wrong. He looked very serious and alert, as though he had spotted an enemy. What's the matter, Issei-san? She asked, hoping to get a better understanding of the situation. There is a foreign presence coming from Matsuda's place. Both of you focus your senses and you should be able to feel it. Issei instructed. The two of them did what he asked, and they suddenly felt an uncomfortable feeling come over them. It felt as though thousands of needles were prickling on their skin. Wait a minute, I felt this sensation before. Matsuda stated as he looked towards Aisha. That's right. This happened when he appeared in front of the church where he dropped off Aisha, the first time they met. From what I can sense, it feels like holy energy is being emitted. Issei revealed what he believed to be the source of the discomfort. For Matsuda, his shock immediately turned into fear when he remembered that his mother was home. Oh no, my mom is in there. Matsuda immediately bolted towards his house, wanting to make sure his mother was safe and sound. Damn it. Aisha, make sure to always stay close to me, all right? Issei warned her. No way was he going to allow any harm to come to her. Aisha nodded. Yes, I will. Good, let's follow Matsuda inside then. Both immediately set off after their friend. Matsuda, having arrived at the front door, immediately opened it and quickly called out to his mother. Mom, are you in here? He shouted, praying to any and all celestials that were listening that his mother was all right. Matsuda-kun, is that you? Goodness me, why are you shouting all over the place? He heard his mother call out from the living. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard her voice. He could spot Issei and Aisha following close behind. Oh, that's right. Matsuda, you will never believe who came to visit us. Come quick. They all heard Matsuda's mom telling them to come over. They cautiously made their way to the living room where they spotted the women accompanied by two cloaked individuals. The holy energy came from those two. Not wanting to cause a panic in front of his mother, Matsuda spoke as calmly as he could. "Who are you?" he asked before one of the cloaked individuals removed her cloak and was revealed to be a beautiful woman with chestnut-colored hair and violet eyes. She smiled towards Matsuda. "Hello there, Matsuda, it's been a long time." Matsuda could only utter a single word. "Eh?" Matsuda had no idea what to make of this situation. Here was this beautiful Bishoujo who was saying that she knew him, but he kept racking his brain trying to figure out if he ever met her. He doesn't remember meeting such a beautiful girl. He would most certainly remember this bombshell of a girl, especially considering her assets. Matsuda shook himself. This isn't the time for his perverseness. He needed to figure out who these people were and what they wanted in his house. The fact that it seems they may be related to the church does not ease his worry one bit, especially after what happened with Aisha. That goes double with Issei, who had positioned himself in front of Aisha. Based on what he could sense, they were indeed weaker than him, but starting a fight in front of Matsuda's mother and in her house was the last thing he wanted to do. So right now, the best solution is to find out who they are and what they want. It seems the chestnut-haired girl knows Matsuda, if his mother's reaction is any indication. "Who are you?" Matsuda asked, which seemed to puzzle the young girl. "Eh? You don't remember me?" Her eyes started to look sad. His mother, seeing this, sighed. "Come on, Matsuda-kun, I can't believe you already forgot about her. This is Shida Irina-chan. The girl you used to play with all the time when you were a kid. They were even our neighbors, in case you have already forgotten. We even have multiple pictures of the two of you playing together at their place." She scolded her son. Now that caused Matsuda's eyes to spread too wide. It seemed they were coming out of their sockets. You're In-san!" Matsuda shouted, not believing that this was the same guy he hung out with during his childhood. "You're a girl," he couldn't help but remark. She most certainly didn't act or even look like any girl. So you did mistake me for a boy." "I did act like a tomboy back then, so it's understandable that you would mistake me for one." She playfully stuck her tongue out. Irina seemed to be a very outgoing and easy person based on her behavior. She doesn't look like she is trying to cause any issues in Issei's opinion. The problem laid in her companion, who unlike her counterpart looked extremely serious and was looking at them with nothing but suspicion and contempt. She probably already knows that none of them aside from Matsuda's mother are humans. At the very least, she was smart or rational enough to not cause a scene in front of Julia. Issei presumed that Irina had also figured out their identity, but was either too much caught in nostalgia to notice, or she was good at hiding it. "Can you stop pointing your finger at Irina-chan, you idiot? It's very rude." Julia smacked the back of her son's head, who was still in shock at the revelation. "Sorry about that, Irina-chan. I'm sure my son didn't mean to be rude." She gave Matsuda a glare as she apologized on his behalf. "Oh, it's all right. You don't need to worry about that, Julia-san. It's good to see while some things seem to have changed, some stayed the same. You really can't tell what can happen in a reunion." She smiled at Matsuda's mother, however the way she said it made Issei realize that Irina does in fact know what they are. "Thank you. It's so good to see you after all these years. You have really grown up to become such a beautiful lady. I hardly recognized you when you first walked in. If it wasn't for your chestnut hair and violet eyes, even I would have been as clueless as my son. She pointed her son. Hey, he retorted at the insult. Are you here for long? I'm just about to make dinner and would love for you to join us as well as your friend. I'm so sorry I never asked for your name. Julia looked towards Irina's companion, who lifted her own cloak, revealing another beautiful girl with short blue hair and brown eyes. My name is Zenobia Quarter, and while your offer is very kind, Miss, Irina and I will have to pass on it as we have important business to attend to. We came here because Irina said she wanted to visit you as she had known you during her childhood, but unfortunately, I believe it is time to go. Zenobia stated with a hint of contempt which was obviously directed towards the devils in the room. Julia-san, would you mind letting us talk to the two? I believe we may be able to assist them in their endeavor. Plus it will give time for Matsuda and Irina, was it, to catch up. Issei stated, wanting to speak with the exorcists about subjects that should not be heard by a human. Zenobia sneered at him, knowing what he was trying to do, but it was missed by Matsuda's mother. Oh, that's a great idea, Issei-san. I need to go grab a few things upstairs anyways, so I'll let you kids catch up. Julia nodded. However, before she could go, she was interrupted by Issei. Julia-san, would you mind taking Aisha with you? You could say we had a long day and I would like her to get some rest upstairs. Issei looked towards Aisha, who was clutching at his shirt. His real reason was because he didn't want Aisha to get involved with anyone related to the church after everything she had gone through. No way was he letting anything happen to her. Julia looked towards Aisha. Oh my! She does look a bit pale. In that case, I'll take you upstairs. Come along, Aisha-chan. Perhaps at the same time I'll recount some more embarrassing tales about my son to you. Julia smiled towards Aisha. She looked up to Issei, who nodded before she followed Julia upstairs. Zenobia looked towards the girl, thinking she had seen her somewhere before. However, it was interrupted as soon as the two disappeared upstairs. Now that they are both gone, I believe we can speak plainly to each other, spoke Issei, who wanted to forego all pleasantries. I have nothing to say to you, devil scum. Zenobia glared at Issei and Matsuda. So you have indeed become a devil, Matsuda-kun. Oh Lord, how can this be? Irina held her hands together as she prayed to the Lord. Matsuda flinched upon hearing the name of the Lord, as all devils do. Unless your side has forgotten, this territory is owned by the devils, and you coming here could be seen as a sign of war, or have the forces of heaven decided to go to war against the devils. Issei stated the facts. Every single faction should already know that Kyo falls under the protection of Rias Gremory and Sinasitri, who are the little sisters of two Maris, Surzex Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan. You could tell that Zenobia was not pleased with the fact that the humans in Kyo were under the devils. Humans are meant to be protected from devils, as was their duty. Let's calm down, please. Zenobia, please not start trouble here, especially in Julia-san house. Irina tried to calm down her partner. The last she wanted was to cause trouble to Julia, who is an innocent person. At least one of you has a good head above their shoulders, Issei stated, which only served to aggravate Zenobia further. Please do not make the situation worse. I believe your name was Issei-san, correct? Issei nodded. To answer your question, we are not here to cause the start of any war. We have been given a mission by the church which required our presence here. Irina started to explain before being interrupted by Zenobia. Irina! You can't just reveal that information to these devils, shouted Zenobia. Why not? It's true we are here on a mission. Besides, we are also on our way to talk with the two high-class devils who have been placed in charge of this place in order to avoid any conflict, Irina explained. If that is the case, then we would be able to help you. Matsuda's king is Rias Gremuri, one of the two devils in charge of Kyo. We can help you get an audience with her, and I'm assuming Rias would call Sina as well. Issei offered to Irina. Thank you. That would be wonderful. Irina thanked Issei on their behalf, since there was no way Zenovia would do so. All right, can you come over tomorrow after school in the Orc Club room? I'm sure Rias and Sina will meet you there. Issei told her the meeting place. Irina nodded. Very well. We will meet tomorrow then. Matsuda-kun, despite you becoming a devil, it was nice to meet you again and your mother. Hope you don't forget me this time. She playfully stuck out her tongue and winked at him, causing him to blush. The two exorcists left the premises. Matsuda quickly called Rias and explained the situation. Rias almost freaked out when she heard that exorcists had appeared at her beloved pawn's place, as well as was concerned for Aisha's safety when she realized that Issei had been with them, so there was no chance of anything bad happening to them. She breathed a sigh of relief. However, she quickly teleported to Matsuda's place, and upon seeing Aisha and Matsuda quickly went to hug them. Feeling his beloved Buchou's breasts on him caused Matsuda to turn bright crimson while shouting in happiness in his thoughts. Are you both all right? They didn't do anything to the two of you, did they? You could tell how concerned Rias was from her tone of voice. We are fine, Buchou. Nothing happened, Matsuda stuttered as he was still in bliss from feeling Buchou's assets on his chest. Damn it, he should have lifted his hands towards his chest, that way he could have felt those gorgeous breasts. Why yes, we are fine, added Aisha. Rias then hugged them tighter. Thank Mao. I know that with Issei being here, you two were going to be all right. But the thought of losing the two of you scared me to death. I don't know what I would do if anything happened to the two of you. Rias seemed to be on the verge of crying, which was something Matsuda didn't like. Buchou, I swear nothing will happen to us so long as I'm here, Matsuda stated with as much bravado as possible. Rias released the two of them and chuckled at Matsuda's claim. Phew, I guess I'll take your word for it, Matsuda-kun. Now speaking of the exorcists, you told them to meet us tomorrow at the club room. She directed her question towards Issei, who nodded. Correct. They said they were here on a mission from the church. One of the two exorcists turned out to be Matsuda's childhood friend Irina Shida, and she turned out to be the more reasonable of the two, so we managed to come to an arrangement without any trouble. Issei explained. I see. I'm thankful for the fact that nothing happened, but I'm also surprised that your friend is an exorcist, Matsuda-kun. I'm honestly shocked about that. I didn't even know that. I mean, I guess it should have been obvious considering her father had all kinds of church relics in his house, but I thought those were just his hobbies. Matsuda said. Well, can't expect much when you thought your friend was a boy this entire time. Issei chuckled. Hey, how was I supposed to know that when Rin kept acting like a boy the entire time I knew her? Matsuda tried to defend himself. In any case, it would seem that we have a meeting with those two tomorrow after school. I'll notify Sina-san about the arrangement and see if she wants to attend or leave it to me. As long as one of us is present to represent our side, we should be good. Issei, feel free to attend if you would like to. You might not be part of my peerage, but you are most certainly our friend. Rias asked Issei that we were free to join if he wanted to. Sure, I don't mind. My parents are out, so don't have much to do. Issei nodded as he accepted her offer. Do you have any idea what they have come here for? Matsuda asked his king, wondering if she had any idea why they came here. Unfortunately, she shook her head. Unfortunately, I don't know. The fact that they came here to request something from devils, when they have a kill on sight when it comes to devils, shows that something must be happening on their side, and it somehow arrived at our doorstep. I have a bad feeling about this. All I can hope is that the situation can be handled without issue. Rias stated. Based on what they were carrying, I highly doubt this is a peaceful mission. I could tell that they were carrying holy swords with them based on the energy I sensed coming from them. Issei pointed out, indicating that their mission was certainly not a simple one. Not a good sign at all. The next day, everyone including Issei had gathered in their club room ready to welcome their two guests. Sana had decided to let Rias take care of the meeting as she was the main person responsible over Kyo, so there was no reason to be there. If she needed her, Rias could simply call her and she would come. Eventually, they heard someone knock on their door. "Come in," Rias stated as the door then opened, revealing the two exorcists. Seeing Matsuda, Irina greeted him with a wave and smile, something he nervously returned. "Welcome to our humble abode. Please take a seat." Rias welcomed them with a smile as she motioned towards the sofa in front of her. Irina, being the less prejudiced of the two, thanked her. "Thank you," she said before she and Zenobia took a seat in the sofa in front of Rias and Akeno. Other than Rias and Akeno, who were seated right in front of the two, the other members were seated in different corners of the room. Aisha, Matsuda, and Issei were seated together, while Koneko and Kiba were seated in separate parts. Koneko didn't really care much about the meeting and just kept eating her sweets. Kiba, however, was an entirely different story. He was glaring at the two exorcists grudgingly. He looked like he was going to start slashing at them at any moment. The only reason he didn't was due to the fact that Rias had ordered him to cause a scene. Whether they liked it or not, the two exorcists are emissaries of the church and have yet to cause any sort of trouble. "All right, may I ask why two exorcists are trespassing on a devil's territory?" she immediately asked her question, only for Zenobia to scoff. "I'm sure your damned servants have already told you why we are here," Zenobia stated, causing Rias to glare at her. "All I was told was that you were here on a mission and that you requested a meeting with me. That is not enough information for me to permit you access into my territory. I need more details on this mission of yours, considering that the dangerous weapons you carry indicate this isn't a simple one. Also, let me tell you two things. 1. Never insult my precious servants again or we will have problems, and 2. Only Matsuda and Aisha are members of my peerage. Issei isn't part of my peerage or a devil for that matter, but a friend." Rias corrected Zenobia, who looked towards Issei. "Then what are you if not a devil? I can tell you aren't human," Zenobia asked. Seeing no reason to hide it, Issei answered truthfully. "I'm a dragon," he revealed, causing both Irina and Zenobia to go wide-eyed. "A dragon? What is a dragon doing with the devils?" Zenobia couldn't help but ask. Issei shrugged. "Like Rias stated, we are friends. On top of it all, her queen is also my girlfriend." He pointed towards Akeno, who giggled. That was when a light bulb lighted up in Irina's head. "Wait a minute. If you are a dragon, are you by any chance the Crimson Calamity Dragon?" she asked him, causing Issei to look at them in shock that they knew of him. Can I ask how you know of me?" The only people who should know of his title are the devils who had seen him throttle Riza in a beatdown which resulted in this new title. The higher-ups had warned us that there may be a dragon under the employ of the devils that was residing here. I can't believe the rumors were true. I've never met a dragon before. Oh, my lord, this must be blessing from the heavens to be able to meet one. Irina's eyes sparkled in awe, looking at Issei, who was surprised at her exuberant personality. Despite being an exorcist, you have a very outgoing personality. Issei couldn't help but remark. She has always been like that for as long as I remember. Back when we were kids, we used to pretend that we were heroes on quests to rescue a princess from a vicious dragon like the stories Matsuda exclaimed as he recalled his childhood with Irina. Now that the pleasantries are over with, can you please tell me the contents of your so-called mission? Rias wanted to know the details before she did anything. Right. Irina took a breath to calm down and became serious recently. Almost all of the holy sword Excaliburs that have been placed under the church's care have been stolen. Irina revealed. As you probably know, Excalibur broke a long time ago and now looks like this. Both Irina and Zenobia took out their weapons, which was wrapped in cloth, to reveal two swords. All the devils present in room felt a chill down their spine at the sight of the swords filled with holy aura. That is normal, considering it is a weapon designed to kill devils. Only Issei didn't feel threatened by it. While Excalibur can be used against dragons, it is not a dragon slayer, so it didn't pose a threat to Issei, especially broken as it is. The sword I'm wielding is called Excalibur Destruction and is one of the swords that is under the Catholic Church's care, started Zenobia as she showed her sword before she put it away, wrapping it back in cloth. Next was Irina, who took out a long rope, which confused the majority of the people inside since they expected a sword until they saw the rope move and then quickly shifted its appearance to a katana. Mine is Excalibur Mimic, and as you can see, its power allows me to change its shape into anything I desire. It's a very useful ability. This sword is the only one remaining in the possession of the Protestant Church, she explained with pride. Irina, there was no need to explain how your Excalibur works to the devils, chided Zenobia. Irina just shrugged. Zenobia, I did so because we need to form a trustworthy relationship with them. Explaining my weapon's abilities is a show of good faith. Don't forget we need Rias Gremory permission to be able to perform our mission. Besides, even if I explain its abilities, I'm confident that I would not fall behind any of the devils here, she said confidently. Rias admired Irina's confidence even though she didn't show it. She would have loved to add her into her peerage if she wasn't part of the church. Issei was impressed with Matsuda's friend. You could learn a thing or two about confidence from her, Matsuda, he told Matsuda. There was of course one person who was absolutely infuriated with the situation, and that was Kiba. You could tell from his expression that he was staring at the sword as well as the exorcists with absolute hatred due to his grudge against Excalibur. If it wasn't for Rias' order, he would have probably attacked the two already and tried his best to destroy Excalibur. The fact that he had met with Fried earlier, who possessed an Excalibur fragment, did not help the situation. Rias coughed in order to get back to the discussion at hand. As grateful as I am for your courtesy, let's get back to the discussion at hand. What does the stolen sword fragments have to do with my territory? She asked. This time it was Zenobia who answered. Those who have stolen the fragments have brought them here. Her answer was what Rias and Issei expected, otherwise there would be no reason for the two to even be here. She sighed at this headache. Goodness me, so many incidents are happening here. Too many for my liking. So I'm assuming you already know who the perpetrators are. Yes. The likely culprit is someone from Grigory. More specifically, one of the fallen angel Kada, Kokabiel, Irina revealing, causing Rias and everyone else to go wide-eyed. What? Kokabiel, as in the general of the fallen angels, she exclaimed in shock, never having expecting a Kada to be involved. This just made things a lot more dangerous. Even Issei was surprised to hear about this. He had heard of Kokabiel from Barakiel in the past. He remembered him stating that Kokabel was stirring up some trouble, but never could he have imagined it was something like this. He would have to warn his uncle about this because this could become the catalyst to another war. We had sent covert priests and exorcists to try and reclaim the swords, but they were all slaughtered easily, which brings us to our request. No, our order for you, Rias Gremory. Rias raised a brow at the usage of the word demand, but Zenobia didn't seem to care and continued. We demand that the devils do not interfere in the affair between us and the fallen angels over the theft of the Excaliburs. Just stay out of our business and we will have no problems, Zenobia stated. It sounds like you believe we would team up with the fallen angels in regards to Excalibur. Our headquarters have indeed thought of the possibility. We do not trust devils and fallen angels. For all we know, you devils might take advantage of this situation and collude with the fallen angels so as to weaken the forces of heaven, which is why we came to warn you not to intervene, or we will eliminate you even if you are the sister of a Mao. Zenobia threatened Rias so casually. Rias definitely looked pissed. This exorcist has the nerve to come into her territory and demand that they do not intervene in their affairs. Not only that, she has the gall to threaten her and her family. This did not sit right with her. If it wasn't for the fact that Irina was super courteous, she would have booted the two of them out of her territory as fast as she could. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. While I don't appreciate being threatened in my own place, she glared at Zenobia, I can promise you under the name of Gremory that we are not allied with the fallen angels. I will never do something that will besmirch the name of my clan or the underworld. However, you know that this means we will not provide assistance should you need it, and considering who it is you are after, you would most certainly need assistance, Rias stated. Do not underestimate us, Rias Gremory. We won't need assistance. Besides, teaming up with the forces of heaven even temporarily would affect the balance of the three factions. Responded Zenobia. Is the church planning to send you reinforcements to take on a fallen angel cadre? No. Too many have needlessly lost their lives. The church has sent the two of us to retrieve the stolen Excaliburs from that fallen. After all, only an Excalibur can counter another Excalibur. HMF. Now who is underestimating who? Issei spoke for the first time. Excuse me. Zenobia turned her attention towards Issei. Do you truly believe that two exorcists can take on a fallen angel cadre? This is someone who survived the Great War, fighting against seraphs, Maris and even the heavenly dragon, and come out alive. You are either severely underestimating his strength or severely overestimating yours, said Issei. This pretty much felt like an insult to Zenobia. We will accomplish our mission. Such confidence. Do you have a secret weapon to use against a cadre? HMF. I'll leave that to your imagination. Even if you possessed the most powerful weapon in the world, it still wouldn't be enough to take on someone of Kokabel's caliber. That's not even taking into account the forces he has under his wing. The two of you would probably be killed before you even reach him. Are you trying to die? Inquired Issei. If our death is required to accomplish our mission, then we don't mind dying, Zenobia stated without fear. Issei looked towards Irina, who also nodded resolutely. We don't mind dying in the service of our Lord. This is the life we chose to lead, she stated. Exactly, and no one, not even a dragon, will deter us from our beliefs, added Zenobia. How noble of you. However, there is a difference between being noble and being reckless. The former means that you stand a chance of accomplishing your task, which, considering the circumstances, clearly shows you do not, especially without any backup. All you will be doing is throwing your lives away while effectively delivering Kokabel your Excalibur on a silver plate. This time it was Rias who spoke, causing Zenobia to turn back her attention towards her. We don't intend to die in vain. At the very least, we will retrieve the Excalibur from the fallen angels by any means necessary, even if we have to destroy them," stated Zenobia. "Oh, I'm surprised the church is allowing the destruction of one of their most holy artifacts to be destroyed," said a surprised Rias. "The church has decided that it would be better to destroy all of the Excalibur than allow them to fall into the hands of the fallen angels. Anyways, it's time we took our leave since we did what we came to do. Let's go, Irina." Zenobia stood up from her seat. Irina sighed and also got up from her seat. She thanked the devils on both of their behalf for their time and consideration before she stood up herself. However, as the two were about to leave, Zenobia spotted Issei. "Hey, you," she called out to Issei, who almost jumped in surprise since she didn't expect it. Yes," she answered. "I thought you looked familiar when we saw you at the Red Dragon Emperor's place, but aren't you the witch Issei Argento?" Issei's face started going pale at being called that name. That word brought a lot of unpleasant memories for her. That was when Irina took notice of her. "Oh, are you the former rumored holy maiden? Someone who was said to have the powers to also heal devils and fallen angels? I have heard that you were exiled from the church, but I never expected that you would become a devil." Issei didn't know how to answer the two. She was still a bit shaken from being called a witch. Issei and Matsuda didn't like that, as they both frowned upon Zenobia. "It's all right. We won't let the higher-ups know we spotted you here, since it would simply cause problems for both sides, and that is the last thing anyone needs. It would honestly shock or even horrify the people who had been healed by the holy saint Issei to see that she has become a devil." Issei was clearly perplexed at Zenobia's words, however Zenobia continued either way. "However, for the one who was once known as the holy saint to fall so low as to become a devil leaves a sour taste in my mouth. Tell me, do you still believe in the Lord?" "Zenobia, there is no way that someone who has become a devil would still hold the same beliefs in our religion," Irina stated with an bewildered expression. "No, Irina, I can tell that she still has some form of faith left in her. I am quite sensible to these things. There does exist people who betray their core teachings and still have guilt within them due to the fact that they couldn't forget those same teachings. I get that feeling from you, Issei Argento." She pointed towards Issei. Irina looked towards her with interested eyes. "Really? Is it true that you still believe in God despite the fact that you turned your back against your faith and became a devil?" Issei responded with her head towards the ground as tears dropped to the floor below her feet. I have always believed in the Lord's teaching even after I became a devil. I could never put it aside. It's what I have been taught my entire life. How can I give it up?" The poor girl was crying, and that did not sit well with Matsuda. "What gives you the right to criticize Issei-chan about her beliefs? She is free to believe in whatever she likes," he came to her defense. Zenobia simply scoffed at his remark. She gave up on her beliefs the moment she decided to become a devil. "However, since you still carry faith in our Lord," Zenobia then took out her sword from her cloth and pointed it at Issei. "Then perhaps I should kill you now in the name of our Lord. Even though you may have sinned, I'm sure the Lord in his infinite mercy and grace will forgive you." Matsuda looked enraged. "Don't you dare fucking touch her." He placed himself in front of Issei ready to defend her. The others were also about to act when suddenly the pressure around the atmosphere began to get heavier. It didn't take a genius to figure out where this sudden chill came from. It was even worse for Zenobia, who was the direct target of a certain dragon's wrath. It became much worse when she stared into the abyss of those draconic eyes. "You will wish you kept your mouth shut, girl." The moment those words came out of Zenovia's mouth, for reasons unknown to her, it felt as though her world went pitch black, as though her vision had gone blind. Not only that, but she could not move a single muscle. It felt as though a mountain had been strapped to her back, sticking her into place. She was sweating very profusely. She didn't know what came over her. That was until she managed to catch a glimpse of two draconic eyes that pierced her soul. It was at that moment that she understood what this feeling was. It was the feeling of your imminent death. The pressure exuded by Issei's stare alone was astronomically huge, let alone his aura. His profile seemed to grow massively to Zenobia. It felt like she was being stared down by a behemoth dragon ready to crush her. Even his friends couldn't help but stay silent at the sight. They had never seen Issei as enraged as this moment. The only time they could recall anything similar was during the Ryza match, when Ryza made the mistake in calling Akeno a whore in front of Issei, which plummeted him into the deepest rage. "I was holding it in before because I didn't want to cause trouble for Ryza, but then you had the audacity to not only point your sword against my little sister but threaten to take her life. That is something I will never forgive," Issei growled as he stretched his arm out, seemingly ready to obliterate Zenobia from the face of the earth. However, he was interrupted when Aisha grabbed a hold of his arm. "Wait, Issei-san, please don't do it," she begged him, preventing him from further actions as he turned his eyes towards her. "Why not? Did you hear the harsh things she just said about you, Aisha? You, the sweetest, kindest soul to have ever walked the earth. Then, she not only dared to insult you but also threaten your life. I will not stand by and do nothing when someone threatens those I care about, no matter whose faction they belong to. I was willing to obliterate Ryza for insulting my mate, so you can believe when I say that I am willing to do far worse against someone who would dare threaten your life in front of me," bellowed Issei as he looked back towards Zenobia, who trembled with fear. Even Irina could do nothing but stand still, as she dared not make a move, fearing to make things worse. Everyone else also had no idea what they should do. Ryza knew she had to do something to prevent a possible war between heaven and hell from happening. However, how would she quell Issei's rage? A dragon's wrath is something even her brother warned her never to mess with. However, there was one person who knew what to do. Akeno stepped forwards and held Issei's other hand, causing him to look at her. "Please, Issei-kun. I understand how angry you are, but this isn't the way to solve this. Even Aisha-chan doesn't want you to proceed, so please, for us, calm down," she said, proceeding to caress Issei's cheek to help him calm down. Issei looked back and forth between his mate and his little sister. He really wanted to teach this little worm a lesson, however he could never deny them when they pleaded so earnestly. He took a couple of deep breaths before reining in his oppressive aura, causing both Zenobia and Irina to finally inhale the much-needed oxygen they had been deprived of. "Fine, since the both of you are asking me, I will let things go." However, he looked back at Zenobia. "I demand that you offer a sincere apology to Aisha right this instant and rescind your threat immediately. Anything less than that and Issei would not be satisfied." Zenobia was still trying to catch her breath, so she wasn't able to answer immediately, which Issei almost took as a rejection. Luckily, Irina came to the rescue. "We accept," she stuttered as she quickly answered for Zenobia. She then proceeded to bow towards Issei. "Please allow me to offer my sincere apologies on behalf of the church. We simply came here for our mission and nothing more. It was never our intention to belittle anyone, much less threaten someone's life, especially someone related to you. Causing conflict with the devils and the Crimson Calamity Dragon was never our intention. Isn't that right, Zenobia? This question seemed to have broken Zenobia out of her frozen state as she quickly joined her partner. Why, yes, that is correct. I would be most grateful if you would accept my apology, Zenobia added as she bowed towards Issei. She couldn't help but reprimand herself, as the higher-ups had specifically warned them not to antagonize the Crimson Calamity Dragon in any way. She let her opinions come in the way of their mission, which was something her benefactor Griselda warned her time and time again to control. Issei quickly gave his reply. Like I mentioned previously, your apology should be directed towards Aisha, not me. Zenobia nodded as she turned towards Aisha and quickly apologized. Rias B. I mean Aisha Argento, I pray you may find it in your heart to forgive my actions towards you as well as for threatening your life. Her tone indicated that her apology was indeed sincere, unlike her previous scornful tone, which is why both Issei and Aisha accepted it. Issei, because it was sincere, and Aisha because she was a kind soul. It's all right. I accept your apology and hope we can get along. Aisha responded as Irina and Zenobia were relieved to hear that, both for the sake of their mission as well as their lives. Who knows what would have happened if she did not forgive them? We all know what would have happened. 3 very angry dragons god would have stormed heaven and it would have ceased to exist. Laughing smiley. Thank you very much. Irina immediately thanked her. However, Matsuda was still a bit pissed at Zenobia. Hey, wait a minute, I still have much to say about how she treated Aisha-chan. He started to complain, causing Rias to facepalm. Please Matsuda-kun, can you calm down? She said with a tired sigh. Rias tried to stop Matsuda from going overboard. They had not just succeeded to stop Issei from starting another war just for her pawn to continue where he left off. However, before she could do so, Kiba stepped forward. This is good timing. In that case, how about I be your opponent? Kiba took out his sword, killing intent oozing of his body. Zenobia stared at him. And who are you? Kiba smirked. You probably don't know, but I am your senpai, although I was considered a failure, so why don't you show me how strong a holy sword wielder truly is? Everyone stood outside waiting for the incoming duel to begin. A barrier surrounding the entire field was created by Rias and Akeno in order to limit the destruction this duel may cause and make sure no notices them. Matsuda and Kiba were both standing next to each other facing Zenobia and Irina. Let's get this over with. We still have our mission to accomplish, Zenobia stated. Then she and Irina took their robes off and were wearing black battle clothes. Although they weren't showing enough skin, to Matsuda it looked pretty erotic considering that both ladies had very beautiful curves. Irina, seeing that, simply gave him a wink, causing Matsuda to correct himself as he activated his boosted gear. Remember that this is supposed to be a duel and not a death match. Whatever you do, it is forbidden to kill each other, as it might cause a war to happen between our factions. Rias declared as the 4 fighters stood across each other. How did this happen? Simple. Knowing there was no way to stop Kiba after he made his challenge to the exorcists, Rias tried to placate both sides in a last-ditch effort to quell both sides. She suggested to have a duel between the exorcists against Kiba and Matsuda in order to vent out their grievances without the possibility of death. She knew it wasn't the best solution, but it was infinitely better than the alternative of triggering another great war. Surprisingly, it was Zenobia who agreed first, saying that it would be interesting to test the strength of the Grimoire servants and her so-called senpai. She also stated that this duel wouldn't be reported to the higher-ups. This was how both Matsuda and Irina were dragged into the duel despite not having want to do anything with this conflict. The surprising factor for Rias was that Issei was completely fine with the arrangement. She thought he would have wanted to fight the two exorcists himself, yet surprisingly he had allowed it. Part of the reason is probably thanks to both Akeno and Aisha, who were able to restrain him. However, the reason was simple. He understood that Kiba needed to vent his anger a bit, otherwise it might have dire consequences down the line, and he wanted to see how Matsuda would fare against a holy sword wielder after all the training he did. However, knowing that Matsuda's opponent is a beautiful woman, it was a foregone conclusion that he would absolutely use that technique against her. On the other side, things were more tense between Kiba and Zenobia. Both had their weapons pointed at each other, with Kiba having activated his sacred gear sword birth around him, causing multiple swords to appear around him. He then started laughing. "Are you laughing?" asked both a confused and irritated Zenobia. "Of course, I'm laughing. After so long, the holy sword that I've dreamed of destroying has finally appeared in front of me. Ha ha, I've heard that dragons attract both allies and enemies to them, and it seems I have to thank Matsuda-kun for this opportunity. I'm overjoyed, to be honest." Kiba smirked. How long has he waited for this day? The day he could finally take revenge for his family who were murdered due to Excalibur. Seeing all the demonic swords appear around Kiba, Zenobia sighed. "I see, so you are the possessor of sword birth. I've heard that the user is able to create any demonic swords that they can imagine in their head. A sword that can shoot ice. A sword that can absorb light. Anything goes. Even amongst sacred gear, that one is very unique. I've heard rumors that there was a single survivor that managed to escape from being disposed of by the Holy Sword Project. That was you, ha?" The mere mention of the name Holy Sword Project caused Kiba to direct his killing intent towards Zenobia. He was done waiting and immediately charged towards the blue-haired exorcist. He grabbed another sword from the pile created by his sacred gear and began swinging recklessly at her. That is how the duel between Zenobia and Kiba had begun. On the other side of the field, Irina could help but sigh. Well, there she goes, Zenobia. Honestly, can't she learn to be a bit more subtle with her words? I hope we don't get into too much trouble for this. Unlike Zenobia, Irina did not possess the profound hatred for devils that her partner did. She followed her lord's teachings to the letter, and if that required her to kill devils as an exorcist, then she would do it with a smile and no regrets. I still can't believe you are the same Rin from my childhood. I really thought you were a guy, Matsuda stated as he took a stance. Irina smiled at her childhood crush. He, I can't really blame you for that, Matsuda-kun. I did act like a tomboy during the time we spent together. Although it was short, I had a lot of fun spending time with you. That is why when I learned that the boy I had spent so much time with has been turned into a devil, I was shocked. Irina seemed very depressed based on her tone. In that case, should we simply not fight? I'm sure Bachao would prefer to resolve this without any violence. Matsuda scratched his cheek as he asked her to stop fighting. This seemed to cause Irina to chuckle. She really looked cute when she did that to Matsuda. No, it's all right. Besides, it's not like I am not interested in seeing how I would fare against someone of the Gremory peerage. I never expected to be going up against my childhood friend though. What trick destiny has played on us. I went to England because it was discovered that I could use holy swords and become a representative of God. This must be a trial that I was given by the Lord, and as his faithful devoted one that I must accomplish. Therefore, sorry Matsuda-kun, but I must give you judgment with my Excalibur. Amen. Despite having tears comically dripping from her eyes, Matsuda could tell that she seemed pretty eager as she pointed her Excalibur at him. Maybe she was teasing him. He had to remember that she had a cheerful personality since the time he met her during childhood, so he shouldn't be surprised about it. "All right, but don't blame me when I win," said a determined Matsuda. He was fighting on behalf of Rias, so there was no way he would not do his best to win. Boosted gear. He immediately activated his sacred gear, which encompassed his entire arm. Seeing this, Irina looked surprised. "Wow, I didn't expect my childhood friend to be in possession of the legendary boosted gear. That's amazing. As expected of you, Matsuda-kun, but I'm still going to win, so don't hate me if you lose," she said enthusiastically before she rushed towards him, slashing her Excalibur at him. Matsuda knew that he was at a disadvantage, considering that simply taking a single blow from a powerful holy sword like Excalibur, even a fragment, would spell his defeat, so he was forced to continuously dodge her strikes. "Oh, impressive that you were able to avoid me." As expected from a wielder of the boosted gear, Irina seemed very impressed at Matsuda's ability. This is nothing compared to all the training I had to suffer from." Matsuda recalled the hellish training he had to undergo through with both Issei and Tiamat. His dodging had no choice but to improve, since even one mistake could have cost him his life, especially against Tiamat, who wanted nothing more than to pulverize him, especially when Drake commented that she was going too easy on his host. Compared to that, Irina was a lot slower compared to those two Spartans. Boost. Matsuda kept boosting himself as he was dodging Irina's blows. At the third boost, he decided it was time to take the initiative. He sent a series of punches towards Irina with a specific goal in mind. However, Irina was no slouch as she effortlessly dodged Matsuda's attacks. She had way more experience as a combatant than Matsuda, so it makes sense she was able to dodge him. However, Irina knew that the longer this match would go, the greater the advantage Matsuda would have, as he would become stronger and stronger thanks to the boosted gear ability. That is what it means to hold a weapon capable of killing gods. "Ah, I almost had you there," yelled Matsuda as Irina dodged another blow. "It will take a lot more than this to defeat me, Matsuda-kun. Although, based on your expressions, you seem to be planning more than just hitting me. Phew, I wonder why that is." Matsuda's sweat dropped as he didn't answer Irina's question. However, the answer came from the most unlikely candidate. "Be careful. Matsuda-senpai has the ability to blow away women's clothing by touching them." Koneko revealed Matsuda's intent. "Koneko-chan, why are you revealing my plans to my opponent?" shouted Matsuda, distraught that his own teammate ratted him out. Koneko looked at Matsuda with a frown. "Enemy of all women. You are the worst," she stated, causing Matsuda's heart to break. "What harsh words, Koneko-chan. Pervert," she further insulted him. "Oh Lord, please forgive my childhood for his impure motives. Amen." Irina made a sad expression while praying. Rias, Akeno and Issei already knew Matsuda's personality, so it was very easy to determine what Matsuda's thought process was. "You are the worst." Koneko looked at him with scornful eyes. An invisible arrow pierced his heart at Koneko's hateful remarks. An embodiment of sexual desire. "How fitting for a devil," Zenovia added, looking at Matsuda with scornful eyes. Kiba, on his end, did not appreciate the fact that his opponent wasn't paying attention to their duel. "You should pay more attention to the opponent in front of you, exorcist, lest you lose your life," Kiba hatefully stated as he sent a sword swipe to Zenovia, who carefully parried it. "Thanks for the advice, but you should be more worried about yourself than me, senpai," she answered calmly. Kiba then produced 2 demonic swords in hand. One produced a while of flames while the other one made a cold air of frost. Using his speed given to him through his night piece, he intended to unleash a barrage of strikes towards Zenobia. After having fought her, he understood that she was an exorcist who relied on power, so he believed his speed was enough to get him an advantage. However, much to his shock, she was able to evade all of his strikes with minimal movement. As expected from a knight. "You are indeed pretty fast, but you are too naive to believe that this is enough to best me," Zenobia stated before she swung her Excalibur at Kiba's sword break. Kiba's eyes widened in shock as Zenovia's single swing was enough to completely destroy both his demonic swords. What destructive power! Unless you have forgotten, my sword is Excalibur Destruction, a sword that boasts the strongest destructive power out of all the fragments. There is nothing that it can't destroy. To emphasize this point, she then swirled her sword around, and plunged it into the earth. Boom! Her action caused a large crater to appear below her and her opponent. Luckily, Kiba had managed to dodge the attack, but the surrounding field where they had their match had been practically devastated. Of course, this was nothing compared to the utter devastation Issei had done during his match against Riza, but nevertheless it was impressive. So this is the power given by one of the 7 fragments of Excalibur. Despite not being a real Excalibur, it is indeed very strong. Truly, my path of destroying all 7 swords will indeed be a difficult one. Kiba wiped a bead of sweat dripping down his face. So that is your ambition then, Knight of Gremory? To destroy all the fragments of Excalibur. However, sorry to burst your bubble, but based on what I've seen so far, you are far too weak to ever be able to accomplish this task. Zenobia taunted him, which seemed to have worked as anger and rage spewed out of Kiba. "I'll show you who is weak," he bellowed as he conjured more demonic swords and proceeded to continue their match. Geez, Zenobia! Couldn't she have warned me that she was going to do that? I'm covered in dirt, she complained as she wiped the dirt off her clothes before refocusing on Matsuda, who finished regaining his balance. They also proceeded with their own fight off the side. Issei and the others continued spectating the match. Other than Issei, they were all impressed by the skills displayed by the exorcists. Despite being enemies, Rias couldn't help but marvel at both the exorcists' swordsmanship. Both of them would have been perfect candidates for her secondary knight piece. Based on what she could see, Irina seemed to be more of a technique type of fighter like Kiba, while Zenobia focused more on power as shown by her previous display. She could understand why the two of them were sent. She silently cheered for Matsuda to be able to prevail against Irina. The same for Kiba. They all seem to be evenly matched, Rias heard Akeno state. I just hope they don't get hurt too much, Aisha added, hoping Matsuda and Kiba would be alright. You don't need to worry about that, Aisha. Even if they get hurt, we have both your twilight healing and my flames to help everyone recover. Issei reassured Aisha with a smile. Do you think they can win? Rias couldn't help but ask. Issei focused on the match while he answered Rias' question. Of course, they can, as long as they fight to the best of their abilities. Matsuda has been able to keep up with Irina's speed thanks to all his training with me. Irina is no slouch herself and can keep up with him. However, the longer this match goes on, the greater the advantage Matsuda will have due to having the boosted gear, so unless Irina finishes him off quick, Matsuda will get stronger and stronger until he will inevitably win the game. Although I say this, he seems to be determined to use his little technique on his childhood friend. He chuckled as he notices Matsuda trying to catch Irina to utilize his technique instead of trying to defeat her. Pervert, mumbled Koneko. Aisha looked solemnly at her breasts, knowing that hers paled in comparison to Rias and Irina's. "We should finish this," they all heard Irina say. Just as Issei stated, she understood that the longer this match keeps going, the more disadvantageous it will be for her due to her opponent's longiness. "Bring it on," Matsuda stated, smashing his knuckles together. Irina launched an offensive towards him. Despite having boosted several times already, she was still faster than him. Irina wasn't giving him any time to breathe, and he had to watch out for her Excalibur. Even if she was not trying to kill him, even one scratch from that sword would hurt a lot since he was a devil. "You have been dodging pretty well, Matsuda-kun. It seems whoever trained you has been doing an excellent job. Many exorcists that I have seen don't have the battle sense you do." Irina complimented him, causing Issei, who heard it, to puff up his chest a bit. It was nice to be acknowledged. He. "You have no idea the hellish training that Issei has put me through. It was super strict, but thanks to it I am able to keep up with opponents stronger and faster than me." Boost. Hearing his sixth boost, he decided it was time to release his power. "Do it, Drake," he shouted. Explosion. Power filled Matsuda's being as he charged in a burst of speed towards Irina, who was shocked at his newfound speed. She quickly dodged to the side and knew she had to go all out or she would lose. Matsuda once again went to try and tackle Irina, however she immediately began to counter-attack by transforming her Excalibur mimic into a whip and begun launching long-ranged attacks. She had no choice but to try and wait out Matsuda's power boost as best as she could. When Matsuda was finally able to get close, she immediately changed her weapon back into a blade to fight Matsuda. Everyone could tell that she seemed to hold perfect mastery over her weapon. Even Matsuda was in awe at his childhood friend's skill. He had to use his boosted gear in order to be able to parry her attacks. Fortunately for Matsuda, it looked like she was beginning to tire out based on her heavy breathing. It was time to end things. He focused all his remaining power into his legs, and in a burst of speed caught up to Irina, who looked shocked. "What? You caught up with me?" Matsuda quickly jumped towards her, ready to finally touch her, which was the prerequisite to activate his technique. However, whether it was by reflex or danger instincts, Irina managed to duck down the attack as Matsuda surged past Irina and was heading straight towards Akeno and Aisha. It was too late to stop, but just as he was about to touch both ladies, a certain guardian dragon took action. Issei stepped in front of the two, summoned his wings, and using it simply slammed Matsuda away from the two. Matsuda was sent flying backwards before his body landed on the ground in pain. "Ow," he mumbled. "Reset." Drake's voice was heard from the boosted gear, which indicated that his power boost was over. "Issei-san, you didn't need to injure Matsuda-kun like that." Aisha complained to her brother about harming Matsuda. "Phew, I have to admit that it was a bit overkill, Issei-kun." Even Akeno was agreeing with Aisha despite the fact that she found it funny. "Sorry about that. My protective instincts kind of took over. Besides, he was about to use his technique on you guys and there was no way in hell I was going to allow that." Issei shrugged. Near the injured, Irina started poking her childhood friend, wondering if he was still alive. "Matsuda-kun. Are you still alive?" This might have been divine punishment for attempting to use such a mischievous move. "Anyways, how about we end things here?" She suggested they end the match there. To be honest, she didn't really care much for this fight and only did it to satisfy her partner. She never liked fighting in general, especially her childhood friend, even if he turned into a devil. "No, I can still go on. I haven't lost yet," Matsuda said firmly as he slowly got up. Then, how about we just end this as a draw? We are both pretty tired, and based on the expression of your friends, they also don't mind finishing things here. She pointed towards everyone. Matsuda turned and noticed how Rias was nodding, indicating him that he should do so. Aisha was desperately waiting in order to go heal his injuries. Koneko was looking everywhere else but Matsuda, since he was about to use his filthy technique on them, even if it was by accident. Akeno and Issei simply nodded. Seeing this, Matsuda understood and sighed. Fine. I have to say though that I was very impressed by your skills, Matsuda-kun. I'd expect nothing less from my childhood friend and this era's current Red Dragon Emperor. She complimented him, causing him to blush, as it was very rare for a Bishoujo to ever compliment him on anything except for Aisha and Rias. Thanks. You were also pretty strong. There were many times I thought I was going to die, he complimented her back, causing Irina to smile. Thank you. I guess all that is left is for us to wait for those two to finish their bout. She pointed towards Kiba and Zenovia, who were still in the midst of fighting. Issei looked at the remaining fight and he couldn't help but frown at Kiba's behavior. He's letting his emotions cloud his judgment, Issei thought. Kiba was almost swinging with reckless abandon at this point compared to Zenovia, who remained calm and collected as she parried all of Kiba's strikes. All this did was further enrage Kiba, who could not believe he wasn't able to best an Excalibur, the object of his hatred. If he couldn't best her with speed, then he will simply best her with power. In that case, how about this? Kiba activated his sacred gear and conjured up a gigantic bulky sword in his hands. It was clear that it was a sword created with the intention of destroying Zenovia's Excalibur. Something that everyone realized. Issei couldn't help but be shocked at Kiba's stupidity. What an idiot. Kiba just threw this match with that move, everyone heard Issei state disappointingly. Even Zenovia realized this fact as she looked perplexed by his move. All this did was eliminate a knight's greatest advantage, which was their speed. That sword of his was nothing but a hindrance and a stupid decision born from anger. Take this. Kiba shouted as he swung his massive sword at Zenovia, who simply sighed with disappointment. What a shame. You made the wrong choice, was all Zenovia stated before she swung her own Excalibur towards Kiba's sword. Break! The sound of breaking metal reverberated across the battlefield as a large fragment of a blade went up in the air. It was revealed to be Kiba's demonic sword that was easily destroyed by Zenovia's Excalibur. What a foolish move. Aren't you supposed to be a knight whose greatest strength relies on their speed? What good does that oversized sword do to you other than become a handicap? Bang! In a burst of speed, Zenovia used the pommel of her sword to strike at Kiba's stomach. Kiba collapsed to the ground, holding his stomach from the pain of being hit by a holy weapon. This effectively ended the match with Zenovia's victory. Seeing this, Akeno unsealed the barrier now that the spars were over. Wait! Kiba reached his hand towards her, not willing to concede defeat as he tried to stand up, but his legs couldn't regain their strength, which caused him to fall back to the ground. Seeing this, Aisha immediately ran over to Kiba and started healing him with her sacred gear. Zenovia simply looked towards Kiba. I suggest that you keep a cool head the next time you fight, otherwise it may very well cost you your life, Gremori's knight, Zenovia stated. This caused Kiba to glare at her from the ground, but Zenovia simply ignored it. Rias Gremori, I trust you will not interfere with our mission as we suggested earlier. She then turned towards Matsuda. Since you are the current Red Dragon Emperor, I should probably warn you about one thing. Our faction has discovered that the Vanishing Dragon has awakened. she warned Matsuda, who went wide-eyed at the information. Even Issei was surprised and intrigued by it. He wondered who was the current wielder of Albion. It is inevitable that both will clash soon enough, and he needed to prepare Matsuda for the fight that is to come. Seriously, said a surprised Matsuda. Zenobia simply nodded. Yes, however, based on your current abilities, you are no match for him, considering that the wielder has achieved balance breaker from what we heard. Zenobia revealed. Now that got a reaction out of Matsuda, as he couldn't believe his supposed rival has already achieved balance breaker when he had yet to touch that realm. That is a scary thought. Having finished what she wanted to say, she immediately turned around and proceeded to leave the school grounds, not wanting to stay any longer than she needed to. Ah, Zenobia, where do you think you are going without me? She complained before looking towards everyone and gave a slight bow. Sorry about her manners. Allow me to apologize in her stead. In any case, I believe we already took too much of your time, and we hope you will allow us to carry out our mission without interference. Irina stated as she asked Rias to not interfere in their mission. Very well, unlike your partner, you have been very courteous with us, so I will accept your apology on behalf of your partner. Also, on my name as Rias Gremuri, I will not interfere in your mission, even though I believe it to be reckless. Rias, nor anyone for that matter, believed their mission to be anything other than suicide. Seriously, what was the Heaven faction thinking, sending 2 lone exorcists against a fallen angel Kada? Thank you. I should probably go and catch up to Zenobia before she leaves me behind. It was great to see you again, Matsuda-kun. If you ever want to have judgment passed on you, give me a call. Amen. She winked and smiled at her childhood friend before turning around to catch up to her partner. Whether she was joking or not, Matsuda had no idea. He really didn't want to be exorcised. He still has to accomplish his dream of becoming Harem king. Seeing her leave, Rias couldn't help but sigh. If what these two have said turns out to be true, then the enemy before them is none other than Kokabiel, a fallen angel Kada. For someone of that caliber to knowingly come here in the territory of Tu Mao's younger sister can be viewed as a catalyst to another great war. This is very bad. Do you know why you lost? She was brought out of her thoughts when she heard Issei say that. She looked to see Issei with his arms crossed looking down on Kiba. What did you say? Kiba glared at Issei, clearly still angry at his recent defeat. Though, if Issei was bothered by his behavior, he didn't show it. Rias on the other hand was mad at his attitude towards his friend. Kiba, that is no way to talk to I. She was interrupted by Issei, who raised his hand letting her know that it was okay, therefore she backed off, wanting to see where Issei was going to take this. Since you missed what I said, I will repeat myself. Why do you think you lost? By my account, you are both equally matched, so why is it that you were defeated so easily? Inquired Issei to Kiba, who said nothing. Since you won't answer, I'll do it for you. You gave in to your emotions and let anger control your actions. Just like that exorcist stated, your greatest strength has always been your speed and technique that you use to overwhelm your opponent, just like you did in the Riser game. Yet, you gave all that up when you tried to match your opponent in a game of power. What were you thinking? Issei berated Kiba over his mistake, which only seemed to irritate Kiba even more. Do you really have any right to judge me of allowing my anger control me after you did the same thing against Riser? Kiba argued back. His insult did not sit right with Akeno, who wanted to argue back against Kiba. How could you? However, once again, Issei interrupted her with a raise of his hand. I'll admit that I did indeed allow my anger to control me back then. However, there is an enormous difference between your situation and mine. Would you care to guess what that is? Issei asked Kiba, who had no idea what the answer was or was even in the state of mind to even think of one. The answer is simple. It's our overwhelming difference in strength. I was vastly superior compared to our bird-brain devil, so I had the luxury of losing myself to my emotions without any consequences whatsoever. Not that it was a good thing. I was pretty much reprimanded by Tanin Shishao later on over my inability to keep calm in that situation. However, the same cannot be said for your situation. Both of you were evenly matched in terms of abilities, however your anger made you throw all logic aside and fight her recklessly, which made your attacks extremely predictable. Not only that, but you essentially threw the match when you tried to match her destructive force with your own. Like that exorcist stated, your greatest strength is speed and technique, yet you threw that away when you let your anger dictate your actions. Issei spoke bluntly and told him the honest truth of the matter. Kiba could say nothing as he clutched his fists, knowing he was right. You were lucky that this was only a spar, but what would have happened if this was a life and death fight against your enemy? Are you going to recklessly attack anyone who wields an Excalibur or even mentions the name of one? You are going to get yourself needlessly killed. Issei stated. Kiba looked at him in the eyes. If that is what it takes to get my revenge, I don't mind dying. Everyone was both shocked and distressed at hearing Kiba state that he didn't care if he died for his quest. Kiba-kun, how could you say that? Ryas couldn't believe it. She understood that he took his quest very seriously, but she never expected the extent of how far he was willing to go for it. She shouldn't have allowed Kiba to participate in the conversation between the exorcists or even allowed that spar. Yeah man. You can't mean it. Weren't we supposed to grow stronger together? Even Matsuda, who was never Kiba's biggest fan, was distraught at the thought of his friend dying. Kiba-san, said a worried Aisha. Koneko simply stared on, though one can tell she looked worried. Are you really going to let revenge control your life? Asked a worried Issei. Kiba turned his head. You wouldn't understand. Kiba responded as he recalled his past. All of his friends surrendered their lives to give him the chance to escape. All because of Excalibur. You might not believe me, but I do understand where you are coming from, or have you forgotten my history? Issei responded as he looked towards Akeno, remembering the loss of his aunt and the burning fury he experienced during his outbreak. That is not same, Issei-san. You were at least able to fulfill your revenge against the bastards, yet I was powerless to avenge my friends. Kiba responded, clenching his teeth. Issei nodded. I did. That is why I know that nothing will change even if you achieve your revenge. Your heart won't be able to heal. You might feel a little satisfaction, but nothing more. You cannot change the past. You need to learn to let go and move on with your life. Issei gave his advice to Kiba. Unfortunately, his statement did nothing to lessen his anger. In fact, it just increased it. Move on. Move on. How dare you tell me to let go of my vengeance after all of my friends were slaughtered needlessly, all for the sake of making users for Excalibur. So many of them were younger than me or had greater aspirations, and yet they were all murdered because the project was deemed a failure. So many of them were younger than me or had greater ambitions than me, and they were tossed aside like garbage. You want me to move on from that? No, I can't, Kiba bellowed in rage. There was no way he was going to give up on his revenge, and no one could convince him otherwise. Kiba had enough. He quickly stormed out and left the premises. Matsuda wanted to catch up to him but was stopped by Issei, who placed his hand on his shoulder. Let him be, Matsuda. He needs time alone. Issei told him. Matsuda looked back at him. Are you sure? He asked, worried for the state of his friend. Everyone else also shared that worry. Issei simply nodded. Yeah, I do. In any case, this has been quite a long day and I'm sure we are all due for some much needed rest. Issei commented. Rias agreed. Indeed, we do. I also need to contact my brother to notify him about the current situation. If the enemy really is capable, this issue might spiral out of control. Rias needed to contact her brother. He will probably get in contact with Azazel and see if he is there on his orders or not. Issei, however, knew otherwise. He would probably contact his uncle to let him know of the situation. One thing is for sure. Things are about to get a lot more complicated.